Chapter 929. Arrogant. That was what Yi Xian felt at this moment. Needless to say, the person who carved those words was truly arrogant. With a sword in hand, he was invincible, and he specialized in subduing those who refused to submit. How arrogant was that? Meanwhile, Wu Shengnan suddenly said, "I wonder who carved those words. They're actually so heroic." Yi Xian nodded. He was quite curious about the person who carved those words. Meanwhile, Wu Shengnan said, "There's a barrier on the way to this black door. It's very strong, and my Wu dynasty doesn't dare to break it." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "You?" Yi Xian nodded, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he called out Lian Qian. After Lian Qian appeared, she sized up the surroundings, and it didn't take long for her expression to become solemn. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Lian Qian spoke softly, "This is a barrier set up by swords." Yi Xian was surprised, "A sword barrier?" Lian Qian nodded, "The person who set up this barrier has extremely high attainments in the sword Dao." Yi Xian asked, "Can you remove it?" Lian Qian replied, "I can. But I need your cooperation." Yi Xian said, "Feel free to instruct me." Lian Qian suddenly vanished on the spot, and when she appeared again, she was 300 m away. Meanwhile, rays of sword light suddenly appeared around her, and they crisscrossed like a net as they slashed towards Lian Qian. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he was about to attack when Lian Qian shook her head and stopped Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped and stared at Lian Qian. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly started fiddling with her hands. The space around them suddenly trembled, and the sword lights in the surroundings suddenly dimmed at this moment. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Wu Shengnan suddenly said, as expected of a Tao law created by the Prophet, "It really is amazing." Yi Xian smiled, "It really is amazing." Wu Shengnan shook her head. "It's just the beginning." Yi Xian was about to speak when Lian Qian spoke abruptly, "Lend me the executing heaven sword." Yi Xian flicked his finger, and the executing heaven sword flew in front of Lian Qian. Lian Qian grabbed the executing heaven sword with her right hand and thrust it forward. Chi! The space before her was directly torn apart. Right at this moment, numerous strands of sword chi suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and they instantly drowned Lian Qian. Yi Xian was shocked. He was just about to attack when the space Lian Qian resided in suddenly trembled violently. After that, the sword chi started to vanish bit by bit, and it wasn't long before all the sword chi had vanished into thin air. At this time, Lian Qian appeared in front of Yi Xian and Wu Shengnan. At this time, Lian Qian's face was abnormally pale. It was obvious that she had consumed a great deal of energy just now. Lian Qian handed the executing heaven sword to Yi Xian. "This place isn't simple. Be careful. I need to rest for a while." With that, she returned to the prison pagoda. Yi Xian looked at Wu Shengnan. "Let's go." Wu Shengnan nodded. The two of them arrived in front of the black door. Yi Xian sized up the black door, and then said, "Let's go." With that, he and Wu Shengnan directly entered the black door. Bang! As soon as the two of them entered, the surrounding starry sky immediately darkened. The surrounding martial country experts were directly jolted back several tens of thousands of zhang. In the starry sky, a shocked voice suddenly sounded. "The situation has changed. Inform the king." After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian and Wu Shengnan appeared on top of a mountain peak. 100 zhang in front of them stood a black palace, and behind this palace, there were more than a dozen smaller palaces. This was a sect. Yi Xian looked at Wu Shengnan beside him. The latter said softly, "I've lost contact with the martial country experts. Be careful." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Lost contact? Wu Shengnan nodded. She looked around and said, completely lost contact. This place is a bit strange. Yi Xian said seriously, is there an expert guarding this place, waiting for someone to come and possess it? Wu Shengnan looked at Yi Xian. You're quite imaginative. With that, she walked towards the palace in the distance. In the same place, Yi Xian shrugged and followed. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the palace. Above the palace, there were 3 large words carved in black: Invincible Sect. Invincible Sect? Seeing these 3 words, Yi Xian was momentarily speechless. So arrogant? Wu Shengnan said softly, this sect is very special. Yi Xian nodded. It is indeed very special. Miss Wu, do you know this invincible sect? Wu Shengnan shook her head. Never heard of it. Yi Xian said in a low voice, so this sect is either very weak, or it has existed for a very long time, even before your martial country. Wu Shengnan looked towards the depths of the palace and said softly, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go in and have a look. With that, he was about to walk in when his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, he drew his sword and slashed. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian retreated over 10 meters. After stopping, Yi Xian looked up at a man standing not too far away. The man wore a black embroidered robe, and his body was illusory. Obviously, this wasn't his real body, but a soul form. Moreover, his soul wasn't solid, so it was obviously an incomplete soul form. The man sized up Yi Xian and Wu Shengnan, and then he smiled. I didn't expect that someone would really be able to come in. The two of you are quite capable to be able to break the barrier outside. Wu Shengnan placed her left hand on the hilt of the saber behind her, and she was ready to attack. The man in the embroidered robe glanced at Wu Shengnan, and then he smiled. Do you want to fight? Wu Shengnan said, I'm considering. The man in the embroidered robe laughed, and then he said, if the two of you want to enter this door, then you have to pass through me first. Do the two of you want to come one by one, or do you want to come at me together? Forget it, both of you can come at me together. Yi Xian suddenly said, may I know your distinguished self's name? The man in the embroidered robe smiled. Yan Wu. Yan Wu. Yi Xian said in a low voice, your distinguished self, is there an inheritance behind this door? Inheritance? Yan Wu laughed, and then he said, you're quite a direct person. You'll naturally know what's behind it once you pass through me. If you can't, then everything will be for naught. Yi Xian looked at Wu Shengnan. You? Wu Shengnan asked, you? Yi Xian shook his head. If I did it, then it would be too simple and meaningless. Too simple? Yan Wu suddenly roared with laughter. Young man, you aren't just an ordinary kind of arrogance. Come, I want to fight you. Yi Xian looked at Yan Wu. Senior, are you sure? Yan Wu smiled. I'm sure. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, how about this, senior, let's make a bet. Bet whether or not I can defeat you with a single sword strike. Yan Wu sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile, defeat me with a single sword strike? Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Yan Wu laughed. Alright, no problem. What's the bet? Yi Xian said, if senior loses, then today, senior has to answer truthfully no matter what I ask. Senior can't conceal anything. If I lose, then I'll be at senior's disposal. How about it? Yan Wu smiled. At my disposal? Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. I'm sure. Yan Wu said, all right, I agree. As he spoke, he smiled. Come, make your move. Yi Xian said, Senior, can I use any treasures? Yan Wu smiled. As you wish. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then he opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. The moment the soul-suppressing sword appeared, the smile on Yan Wu's face suddenly froze. Soul-suppressing sword. Heaven restrains the soul. When he saw the soul-suppressing sword, Yan Wu gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Young man, you're good. Wu Xingnan glanced at Yi Xian. So sneaky. Yi Xian looked at Yan Wu and said with a smile, Senior, do you still want to fight? Yan Wu shook his head. I can take one sword strike from you, but the price is too high. I still have to live for a while, so I lose. Yi Xian bowed slightly to Yan Wu. Junior took advantage of the opportunity. Yan Wu smiled. Wisdom is also a kind of strength. Speak, what do you want to know? Yi Xian said, what kind of sect is this invincible sect? Yan Wu asked, what era is it now? What era? Yi Xian looked at Wu Xingnan. Wu Xingnan pondered for a moment, then said, do you know about prophets? Yan Wu shook his head. I've never heard of it. Wu Xingnan said, then your era should be very, very far away from us. Yan Wu said softly, I never thought that so many years had passed. Wu Xingnan said, currently, the earliest known history of my Wu country is the Cretaceous era. That is an unknown era. The reason why we know about that era is because of some fragmented information left behind in secret realms. However, we have no way of finding out what kind of era it was. As she spoke, she looked at Yan Wu. Are you from that era? Yan Wu shook his head. I'm not from that era. However, I know about that era because someone from my generation personally witnessed the destruction of that era. The destruction of an era? Yi Xian frowned. The destruction of an era? Was it man-made or a natural disaster? Yan Wu looked at Yi Xian. The fifth dimension calamity. The fifth dimension calamity. Yi Xian was stunned. Yan Wu frowned. You know about the fifth dimension calamity? Yi Xian nodded. He still remembered that the blue-robed swordsman had told him about the fifth dimension calamity. However, he didn't care about it at the time. He never thought that he would hear about it here. Yan Wu said in a deep voice, how do you know about the fifth dimension calamity? Yi Xian said, a senior told me about it. Yan Wu looked deeply at Yi Xian. That senior of yours is not an ordinary person. Yi Xian nodded. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Senior, what is this fifth dimension calamity? Yan Wu said in a soft voice, a catastrophe. Under that catastrophe, countless creatures of the Cretaceous era were destroyed. There were only a few who survived, and those who survived were very weak. They didn't live for long before they died. Yi Xian frowned. Those who survived were very weak? What do you mean? Yan Wu said, in the fifth dimension calamity, the stronger one is, the faster they die. On the contrary, the weaker one is, the more likely they are to survive. Yi Xian was about to speak when Lian Qian suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She said in a deep voice, I heard Master mention this fifth dimension calamity. Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. Lian Qian said, when I was chatting with Master, he casually mentioned this calamity. He also said that he needed to find some helpers. Chapter 930. Find a few helpers? Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. Miss Lian Qian, your teacher said he wanted to find helpers? Lian Qian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, what else did he say? Lian Qian shook her head. He just mentioned it casually, and we didn't ask much. So, I don't know much. However, now that I think about it, Master's expression was a bit serious. It seems that the fifth dimension tribulation isn't simple. Not simple? To the side, Yan Wu shook his head and smiled. It's more than simple. You guys haven't experienced that kind of catastrophe, so you don't know how terrifying it is. Yi Xian looked at Yan Wu. Senior, where did this catastrophe come from? Yan Wu shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned. Senior doesn't know either? Yan Wu said in a soft voice, after the Chalk Age, it has already been hundreds of thousands of years. At that time, there were basically no survivors from the Chalk Age. So, we don't know where the fifth dimension tribulation came from or how it disappeared. We only know that when the catastrophe came, an era was erased. Speaking up to here, he looked at Lian Qian. This catastrophe, it is said, appears once every million years. I calculated that it has been almost 1,000,000 years since the last fifth dimension tribulation. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. It can't be so coincidental, right? Yan Wu smiled. Maybe it is. But, what are you worried about? With your strength, you are still not considered to be at the peak of this world. Therefore, you still have a chance to live. As for those top experts, that is, those super experts, they will die faster. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, why? Yan Wu shook his head. I don't know. I only know that the stronger you are, the faster you die. In that era, there were many experts. Some of them even reached the undying realm, but they still died. Yi Xian said, Senior, may I ask, did your sect also experience the fifth dimension tribulation? Yan Wu was silent. Yi Xian was about to ask again when Yan Wu suddenly said, the extermination of the invincible sect has nothing to do with the fifth dimension tribulation. In that era, the invincible sect was invincible. The sect leader Chundugu's strength had even reached the legendary half-step undying realm. His strength was almost invincible at that time. However, for some unknown reason, a mysterious expert came to the invincible sect one day. It was this mysterious expert who destroyed the entire invincible sect. Even the sect leader, Chundugu, had fallen on that day. A powerful sect was destroyed in a day. A mysterious expert. Yi Xian knew that this was the main point. He immediately asked, what expert? Yan Wu shook his head, I don't know. Yi Xian asked, Senior, were the words on the black door left behind by that mysterious expert? Hearing this, Yan Wu's expression became serious. No, it was left behind by a swordsman who came here many years ago. Yi Xian quickly asked, what kind of swordsman? Yan Wu said in a deep voice, wearing a cloud-white robe. Yi Xian whispered, it's him. Yan Wu looked at Yi Xian. You know him? Wu Xingnan also looked at Yi Xian. This guy is a bit mysterious. Yi Xian firmly said, I know him. He knew that the swordsman wearing the cloud-white robe was the master of one of the swords on the top of the pagoda. In the four-dimensional universe, the other party's doppelganger had helped him once. Yan Wu looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure you know him? Obviously, he didn't believe him. Yi Xian smiled. What, you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Yan Wu's eyes twitched. You like to cheat people that much? Yi Xian smiled. It's just a joke. Actually, to tell you the truth, the swordsman that Senior mentioned is my sworn brother. I am his brother. Everyone, Yi Xian looked at the three people. You don't believe me? Yan Wu said, you're talking nonsense. I see that you're only in your 20s, while that swordsman came here tens of thousands of years ago. Your brother? How can you be so good at talking nonsense? Wu Xingnan also shook her head. This Yi Xian really can talk nonsense. At this time, Yi Xian opened his palm. A sword appeared in his hand. This sword was the sword of the swordsman wearing the cloud-white robe. When she saw this sword, Wu Xingnan's expression instantly became dignified. Common sword. Common sword. Yi Xian looked at Wu Shengnan. Didn't Miss Wu also reach the common saber realm? Wu Shengnan glanced at Yi Xian. The mortal realm is divided into 6 layers. These 6 layers represent the 6 states of mind of the mortal realm. After the 6 layers is the true mortal realm. Your sword is the true mortal realm, while my saber is only at the first layer of the mortal realm. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as a pseudo-mortal. Pseudo-mortal. Yi Xian understood. There should be a big gap between Wu Shengnan's saber and the 3 swords at the top of the tower. At this time, Yan Wu suddenly said, "This sword of yours has his aura." Yi Xian looked at Yan Wu and smiled. "This sword was given to me by my big brother. Do you believe me now?" Yan Wu glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. At this time, Wu Shengnan suddenly said, "If he was your big brother, why didn't you let him destroy the devouring spirit clan?" Yi Xian lightly said, "My big brother is busy." Wu Shengnan asked, "Busy with what?" Yi Xian blinked and then said, "Busy looking for a powerhouse. Let me tell you, he doesn't care about the devouring spirit clan at all. He is looking for a real powerhouse." Wu Shengnan was about to speak when Yan Wu suddenly said, "That's what he said at that time." Yi Xian, Wu Shengnan didn't say anything. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, what did my big brother come here for?" Yan Wu softly said, he said he sensed a powerful aura here." Yi Xian asked, "Invincible sect sovereign?" Yan Wu shook his head, "It's the aura left behind by that mysterious powerhouse." Mysterious powerhouse. Yi Xian asked again, "Did my big brother say anything in the end?" Yan Wu thought for a moment and then said, "He seems to have gone to find that mysterious powerhouse." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, that mysterious powerhouse won't harm him, right?" Yan Wu softly said, "That kind of powerhouse, even if he can't live forever, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for him to live for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, there shouldn't be many people like that since ancient times." As he said that, he looked at Yi Xian. "I didn't notice it earlier, but now I suddenly realized that you have a lot of karma on your body. However, this is not my body, so I can't feel too much." Karma. Yi Xian was silent. This was no longer a matter of one person talking about his karma. Did he have a lot of karma? He didn't know. He only knew that from the time he was born until now, the things that happened to him were indeed somewhat abnormal, including the appearance of the plain-dressed woman and Xiao Ta. Yi Xian shook his head, no longer thinking about these messy things. He looked at Yan Wu, "Senior, does this invincible sect have an inheritance?" Yan Wu laughed, "You're really direct." Yi Xian said with a smile, "That's why we are here." Yan Wu said, "Follow me." After saying that, he turned and walked into the hall. Yi Xian and Wu Shengnan hurriedly followed. Before long, Yan Wu brought Yi Xian and Wu Shengnan into the main hall. The main hall was very big, but it was empty. Yan Wu was about to speak when he suddenly turned around. In the square outside the main hall, the space there suddenly trembled. Soon, a man and a woman appeared in front of the 3 of them. Yan Wu laughed, "Today is interesting, there are actually 2 more people here." In the distance, the man looked at Yan Wu and the others. Soon, his gaze landed on Wu Shengnan. Wu Shengnan. Yi Xian looked at Wu Shengnan, but she shook her head, "I don't know you." The man smiled, "Miss Wu, I am Ero Lian of the primordial race, and this person beside me is Xie Qing, of the evil spirit race." Primordial race. Evil spirit race. Yi Xian looked at the 2 of them. Apart from the outsiders, all the super forces had come. Wu Shengnan nodded slightly, not saying anything else. Ero looked at Yi Xian, smiled, and said, "This must be Fu Wenzong's divine teacher Yi." Yi Xian nodded, "That's me." Ero smiled, "I have long heard of divine teacher Ye's great name. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Arrow, you are here for the treasures, right? Arrow nodded. I want to try my luck. At that moment, Yen Wu suddenly said, everyone has a chance. Everyone looked at Yen Wu. Yen Wu turned and looked in front of him. He opened his palm, and soon, the space in front of him split open. Yen Wu said softly, everyone, the invincible sect's inheritance is inside. Go in. As for what you can obtain, that will depend on your luck. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and the others. Who wants to go first? Arrow smiled without saying anything, and the Xie Qing beside him remained silent. Seeing that the two of them didn't move, Yi Xian looked at Wu Shengnan. Let's go first. Wu Shengnan nodded, and soon, the two of them entered the spatial rift. As soon as the two of them entered, Xie Ling flew in as well. In the field, Yen Wu looked at Arrow. Aren't you going in? Arrow smiled. Of course I'm going in. With that, he flew in. Yen Wu shook his head and smiled. Greed. With that, he waved his right hand, and the space was sealed. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian suddenly felt himself stop, and his surroundings were pitch black. Yi Xian said, Miss Lian Qian, what is this place? Lian Qian said, walk forward. Yi Xian nodded, and he walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a door, and entered. Behind the door was a secret room. In the secret room, there was a portrait of a middle-aged man. Yi Xian looked at the portrait, and then respectfully bowed. Greetings, senior. No response. Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, Senior, if you have an inheritance, you can consider me. Really, to speak immodestly, in the fifth dimension, I am known as the number one of the younger generation. If Senior gives me your inheritance, I will definitely carry forward Senior's knowledge. Still no response. Yi Xian was about to speak again, but at this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. A soul body. This was a complete soul. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, Your body is very good. I like it very much. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, are you going to take over my body? The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth rose slightly. Yes. Is it unexpected? Is it a surprise? Yi Xian was silent. P.S. I'm too ashamed to ask for votes, so I'll give everyone a monthly vote red packet. If you vote, you can grab a red packet. Everyone, remember to grab it. Chapter 931. Possession. Yi Xian did not expect to encounter such a thing again. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Is this a trap? The middle-aged man smiled. Smart. To tell you the truth, we were all lucky to survive that day. However, our bodies were destroyed, and only our souls exist. Our goal is simple, to be reborn through possession. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't understand. Why did you wait until now to be reborn through possession? The middle-aged man chuckled, because although we survived, our souls were extremely weak. During these long years, we have been nurturing our souls. Although we waited for so long, fortunately, the ending is good. Your body is very good, just right for me. Yi Xian suddenly asked, how many souls did you, Fu Wenzong, survive? The middle-aged man smiled. About 30 people. 30 people. In other words, there were 30 souls. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. The middle-aged man smiled. You are very calm. Your temperament is not bad. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Senior, are you sure you want to possess me? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Why, do you want to say that you still have a trump card? Yi Xian smiled, and in the next moment, he waved his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword flew out. The moment he saw the soul-suppressing sword, the middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. This sword, as he spoke, he directly punched out, and a powerful soul force surged towards the soul-suppressing sword like a wave. However, the soul force was directly absorbed as soon as it came into contact with the soul-suppressing sword. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was shocked, and he hurriedly said, "Young friend, this is a misunderstanding, I did not, Qi." The soul-suppressing sword suddenly accelerated, and directly pierced the middle-aged man's eyebrows. In an instant, the middle-aged man was directly absorbed by the soul-suppressing sword. Boom! As soon as it was absorbed, a powerful soul force directly erupted from the soul-suppressing sword. Yi Xian looked at the soul-suppressing sword and was shocked. Actually, the current soul-suppressing sword was no longer weaker than the executing heaven sword, but in terms of sharpness, the soul-suppressing sword was still inferior to the executing heaven sword, but in terms of restraining the soul, the executing heaven sword was also inferior to the soul-suppressing sword. One sword targeted the physical body, and the other targeted the soul. Just then, Soul's excited voice rang out in Yi Xian's mind. "Young master, it's a great tonic." Yi Xian laughed. "Soul, will you make another breakthrough?" Little Soul said, "Yes. If I devour more of these souls, I can become even more powerful. I'm already very, very powerful." Yi Xian laughed and said, "I know, you are very, very powerful now." This wasn't a lie. With Soul's current ability, other than the souls of top-notch experts, ordinary souls couldn't even fight back against her. At this time, Little Soul suddenly said, "Young master, if you fight against enemies in the future, you can use me. If his soul isn't strong enough, I can force his soul out of his body and kill him with a single slash." Yi Xian was a little surprised. "Is that possible?" Soul said, "Absolutely. Just like that girl from before, the one with the saber, her soul isn't particularly strong. If I directly use me, I'm very confident that I can force her soul out of her body. However, that girl is also very strong, so I can't guarantee that I can kill her. But if I devour a few more of these powerful souls and advance again, hee hee. Wu Shengnan." Yi Xian was silent. He understood Wu Shengnan's strength, and he had to admit that she was really strong. Although he had the soul-suppressing sword and the executing heaven sword, she definitely had a trump card. After all, the martial kingdom was one of the most ancient forces in the world, so there would definitely be no lack of treasures. Therefore, it would be very difficult to kill Wu Shengnan. However, if the soul-suppressing sword continued to improve like this, it would also be very terrifying. Not to mention anything else, if Wu Shengnan really only had a soul body left, he was very confident that he could kill her. The soul-suppressing sword was too good at restraining souls. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. This Wu Shengnan is probably in danger as well. He tried to contact Wu Shengnan, but he couldn't. There seemed to be a mysterious force sealing off the surroundings. Yi Xian thought about it and then shook his head. This Wu Shengnan's strength wasn't weaker than his, so she shouldn't be in danger. Yi Xian glanced around, then grasped the soul-suppressing sword, and then the space Dao appeared between his brows. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. Not long after, he arrived at another secret room. The secret room was empty, and there was nothing in it. Yi Xian looked around, then bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. "Junior greets senior." There was no response. Yi Xian thought about it, then turned around to leave. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled, and soon, an old man appeared in front of him. It was also a soul body. The old man wore a black robe, had a long beard, and had a kind face. He seemed like a good person. When he saw this old man, Yi Xian was instantly excited, and he bowed respectfully again. "Greetings, senior." The old man sized up Yi Xian, then nodded slightly, and his eyes were filled with praise. "Very good, very good. You're very outstanding. Yi Xian smiled, "It's good that senior likes it." The old man stroked his beard lightly, and smiled, "The old man is very satisfied." "You're the one." Yi Xian said with a serious expression, "Thank you, senior." The old man waved at Yi Xian, "Come, the old man will pass down everything he's learned to you." Yi Xian had an excited expression, and he walked over to the old man. A trace of pity flashed in the old man's eyes, and he placed his right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, he transformed into a black ray of light that entered between Yi Xian's brows. "Possession." Yi Xian said in shock, "Senior, what are you doing?" The old man laughed and said, "What am I doing? Young man, I see that your strength is not bad, and your body is ridiculously strong. Why are you so stupid? Old man, I'm going to possess you. Do you understand?" Yi Xian was expressionless. "I see that you're an old monster who has cultivated for countless years. How can you be so stupid? Or are you cultivating in the opposite direction? The more you cultivate, the lower your IQ?" The old man said solemnly, "What do you mean?" Yi Xian shook his head, and did not speak again. Very quickly, the old man's mournful scream sounded in his mind. With the soul-subduing sword and the world prison pagoda possessing him? What kind of joke was this? In Yi Xian's mind, the old man said in shock, "You, what pagoda is this, and this sword, you?" A moment later, the black-robed old man's voice gradually disappeared. Yi Xian did not let the world prison pagoda kill the old man because it would be too wasteful. Instead, he let the soul-suppressing sword absorb him. Next, Yi Xian came to the third secret room. Just like this, after about 4 hours, Yi Xian had already absorbed the souls of 6 super experts, and at this moment, the soul-suppressing sword's aura had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Yi Xian knew that the soul-suppressing sword was about to advance. Yi Xian was about to bring the soul-suppressing sword to the next secret room, but at this time, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly said, "Young master, let me digest first." Yi Xian, just like this, after about an hour, the soul-suppressing sword had completely absorbed the souls it had devoured before, and at this moment, its aura had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Little Soul suddenly said excitedly, "Young master, one more powerful soul and I'll break through." Still missing one. Yi Xian nodded, and he disappeared on the spot with Little Soul. In fact, if he did not have the Space Dao Law, it would still be difficult for him to leave this secret room at will, because this was an independent space, and there was also a seal. Soon, Yi Xian brought Little Soul to another secret room. When he arrived at this secret room, Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Because this secret room was different from the other secret rooms, it was not a secret room, but a large hall, and the hall was surrounded by all kinds of strange runes. Runes. Yi Xian took a closer look at the runes, and soon, he frowned. This is a sealing rune formation. He looked in front of him, where a pitch-black coffin was placed. The coffin was also covered with runes, and these runes were all blood-red, as if they were drawn with blood. Yi Xian took a look at the blood-red talismans. Gradually, his expression became extremely grave because he discovered that these talismans were used to nurture souls. Moreover, these talismans were of a very high grade. The lowest grade was a 7-colored talisman. Yi Xian looked at the black coffin, and he was a little surprised. Who was inside? At this moment, Lian Qian's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Be careful, this place is a bit strange." Yi Xian nodded, and he glanced around. This place was different from the previous ones, and the person inside this coffin was definitely a big shot. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly asked, "Do you want to open this coffin?" Yi Xian looked at the black coffin, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head. No. As a person, one should not be too greedy. Although he had the soul-suppressing sword, it did not mean that he could suppress all souls, and at this moment, he had a very unyielding feeling in this place. Danger. This was the feeling of danger. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian turned around to leave, but the moment he activated the Space Dao Law, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he frantically activated the Space Dao Law, but the surrounding space became increasingly solid. Alarmed, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Miss Lian Qian, do you have a way?" After a moment, Lian Qian said solemnly, "There's no way. I have to seal this pagoda, so be careful." Seal Xiao Ta? Yi Xian was stunned. What the hell? At this moment, he had completely lost contact with Xiao Ta, and Xiao Ta was directly sealed, unable to sense the outside world. Yi Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Yi Xian tried hard to calm himself down, and he turned to look at the black coffin not far away. At this moment, the black coffin suddenly trembled, and the runes on the coffin suddenly dimmed. Yi Xian's expression was calm. It was not going to let him go. At this moment, the coffin's lid suddenly opened, and the next moment, a jade-white hand reached out. Then, under Yi Xian's gaze, a woman climbed out of the coffin. Beautiful. This was Yi Xian's first thought. He could not describe this woman with any words, and he could only say that this was a woman who could make countless men go crazy. Of course, the most important thing was that this woman was naked, and even a certain part of her body was clean, without a single hair. Chapter 932. In the secret chamber, Yi Xian was silent. Could it be that he had some luck with women recently? He had to admit that the woman in front of him was really beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, without a single blemish. Especially her eyes, which were so big that they seemed to speak. In all fairness, Yi Xian felt that many girls were even more beautiful without clothes. Although the woman in front of him had peerless beauty, he was not in the mood to admire her. Because just as the woman was about to appear, the world prison pagoda was sealed. He had rarely encountered such a situation. Most importantly, the woman in front of him was not a soul body. If this person was from the invincible sex era, how long had she lived? Yi Xian did not dare to think about it. After the woman walked out, she glanced around. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. After a while, she seemed to recall something, and her eyes gradually became clear. In the end, she looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away from her. She sized him up. In the end, she waved her right hand, and the two swords suddenly flew in front of her. Soul-suppressing sword and executing heaven sword. After the woman sized up the two swords, she shook her head. Trash. Yi Xian's expression froze. Trash? Executing heaven sword and soul-suppressing sword were trash. This was the first time he had heard someone say that. The woman looked at Yi Xian, and after sizing up Yi Xian, she shook her head. Weak. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a robe appeared in his hand. He handed it to the woman. "Miss, you should put on your clothes first." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "It's just skin." Yi Xian was speechless. This woman was really open-minded. Yi Xian said, "I don't think this is skin, this is dignity." The woman suddenly pointed with a finger, and Yi Xian's clothes instantly turned to ashes. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Have you lost your dignity now?" Yi Xian hesitated, then shook his head. "I have nothing to say." At this moment, the woman's gaze suddenly fell on a certain part of Yi Xian's lower body. Yi Xian hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands. He was shocked. What was this woman trying to do? The woman suddenly shook her head. Ugly as expected. What's the point of keeping someone so ugly? How about I get rid of it for you? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly said, "You can't do that. This is the root of a man. If I remove it, what kind of man would I be? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Do you know why you're weak? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm young. The woman shook her head. When I was your age, I was already invincible. Do you know why? Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Why? The woman replied, because I have no desire. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Will you become very strong if you don't have desires? The woman said, no desire, no thought, see the essence, return to nature. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman suddenly said, fine. I won't force you. As she spoke, she walked over to Yi Xian. She just looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian's scalp went numb from her gaze. Senior, what are you going to do? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Help me put on my clothes. Yi Xian's mind was in a mess. She wants me to help her put on her clothes? What's going on? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly asked, could it be that you want me to do it myself? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, isn't that slightly inconvenient? The woman's brows knit together slightly. What? You're unwilling? The temperature in the surroundings suddenly dropped, and it was like he was in an icehouse. Yi Xian was shocked. She's angry. He hurriedly said, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to help her put on her clothes. Needless to say, the woman's skin was really good, and her figure was excellent as well. She was big in the places that needed to be big, and small in the places that needed to be small. Perfect. That was Yi Xian's evaluation of the woman. However, at this moment, he did not dare to have any devious thoughts. This woman was too strong. He did not want to court death. After a while, the woman finished putting on her clothes, and Yi Xian retreated to the side. The woman looked at Yi Xian from head to toe. She waved her hand lightly, and in an instant, lines appeared around Yi Xian's body. These lines were very strange. They seemed to exist, but at the same time, they were not. The woman said softly, karmic lines. Yi Xian did not understand. Karmic lines? The woman looked at Yi Xian. You give me a sense of familiarity, and I even feel a sense of closeness. I actually don't have any thoughts of killing you. How strange. Killing him. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This woman's thoughts were very dangerous. She was saying that he felt a sense of closeness. What did that mean? The woman looked around. Invincible sect. Yi Xian said, Senior, are you from the Invincible sect? The woman shook her head. No. Yi Xian was about to speak when the woman suddenly said, but, I was the one who destroyed the Invincible sect. Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Senior, you are that mysterious person. Mysterious person? The woman looked at Yi Xian. What mysterious person? Yi Xian shook his head. At that moment, his heart was like a tsunami. Previously, Yan Wu had told him that the Invincible sect was destroyed by a mysterious person. But he did not expect that the woman in front of him was that mysterious person. But why was this woman here? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the woman. Senior, why did you destroy the Invincible sect? The woman said nonchalantly, I don't like the name of their sect. Yi Xian's throat rolled. That's it? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Isn't that reason enough? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. You destroyed their entire sect just because of this? That's a little cruel. The woman retorted, shouldn't it be destroyed? Yi Xian, the woman looked at Yi Xian. Have you eaten pork before? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman asked, just because you like to eat pork, you killed pigs? Don't you think that you're very cruel? Yi Xian said in a low voice, that's a pig. The woman asked again, the reason pigs are eaten by humans is because they are weak. They can't fight against humans. Don't talk about cruelty. Humans are the cruelest creatures in the world. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman continued, one day, humans will also become pigs, pigs in the eyes of other living beings. Tendo has reincarnation. Who will the heavens spare? The final outcome for humans is to seek their own destruction. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, aren't you human too? The woman asked, did I tell you that I'm human? Yi Xian was astonished. You're not human. The woman blinked. I'm not human. Yi Xian said in a low voice, then what kind of creature are you, Senior? The woman thought for a moment and said, I don't belong to any of the creatures that you know of. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? The woman didn't answer. She glanced at the surroundings, and then she took out a glowing jade disc. The jade disc started to spin rapidly. A short while later, the corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. There's still 10 years until the calamity. As she spoke, she turned to look at Yi Xian and said excitedly, in 10 years, all humans will die. Yi Xian, the woman smiled again. I've been in deep sleep for so many years. That day can finally come. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, why do you want humans to be destroyed? The woman gazed at Yi Xian. Since I was born, my duty has been to destroy humans. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why is that? The woman smiled. In the beginning, I didn't really understand my duty. But after I lived with humans for some time, I realized that humans are really cruel, selfish, have boundless desires, and plunder without restraint. In short, I hate humans. Yi Xian said in a low voice, you don't hate me? The woman blinked. I don't think so. You give me a familiar feeling, and I can't bring myself to hate you. You're the second human that I don't hate. Yi Xian asked, why? Also, who's the first? The woman said, I don't know about the first. I can't tell you about the second. Yi Xian fell silent. He had to admit that this woman was quite mysterious. Yi Xian gazed at the woman. What's your name, Senior? The woman replied, Number 9. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Number 9? You're called Number 9? The woman nodded. Yes. Number 9. Yi Xian had a slightly strange expression on his face. What sort of name is that? Meanwhile, Number 9 suddenly waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, the space in the surroundings started to shatter into pieces. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly said, Senior, what are you doing? Number 9 said, I'm leaving. Yi Xian intended to say something else, but the space here had shattered completely. When he appeared once more, he was already in front of the hall that he'd come from. The drill ground wasn't too far away from Yi Xian. The drill ground frowned slightly when he saw Yi Xian, you. Right at this moment, Number 9 suddenly waved his right hand, and the drill ground soul transformed into a strand of green smoke that vanished completely. His soul was obliterated. Yi Xian turned to look at Number 9. Number 9 said, I don't want to see a human. Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly, the space in the distance started to tremble, and then a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Wu Shengnan. Meanwhile, Number 9 was about to attack, but Yi Xian reacted swiftly and held her in his arms. Miss Number 9, calm down. Calm down. Number 9 blinked, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. You know her? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, she's my friend. We're on the same side. Number 9 said, make her vanish from my sight in 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Yi Xian's face darkened. Can't you just not kill her? Number 9 shook her head. I must kill any human I see. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? Number 9 said, because that's how I've been programmed. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Number 9 suddenly looked at Wu Shengnan. In the next moment, she was about to attack. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly grabbed Number 9 and rolled to the side. Just like that, the two of them rolled to the ground. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Miss Wu, hurry up and run. Wu Shengnan glanced at Yi Xian and Number 9 on the ground, and then she didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the horizon. Because in that instant just now, she'd sensed the aura of death. On the ground, Number 9 gazed at Yi Xian. Why don't I want to kill you? Yi Xian blushed with shame. What a question. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Senior, do you want to kill someone? Number 9 shrugged. I'll kill anyone I see. Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, I'll take you to a place. There are many people there, so feel free to kill them. Number 9 nodded. All right. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He took Number 9's hand and said, Let's go. I'll take you to kill someone. On the way, Yi Xian roared with laughter in his heart. Devouring Spirit Clan, tremble before me. P.S. It said that the readers are amazing. Come, guess the true identity of this Number 9. I want to see if any of the readers can guess it correctly. If so, I'll give you a gift exclusive to a character from the Sword domain. Chapter 933. When Yi Xian learned that Number 9 wanted to kill people, the first thing he thought of was the Devouring Spirit Clan. He didn't know how strong Number 9 was, but he knew that she was definitely not weaker than Yi Ling and the others, and might even be stronger. This was his intuition. She was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The only bad thing about her was that she wanted to kill anyone she saw. What kind of creature was she? There was no answer, because Number 9 didn't want to tell him. On the way, Number 9 suddenly said, Do you like killing people too? Killing people. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Sometimes. Number 9 said with a smile, We have the same ideal. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, In this world, some people do deserve to die, but not everyone. Number 9 shook her head, When you eat pork, do you think it's a good pig or a bad pig? Yi Xian was speechless. In fact, he was a bit disgusted with Number 9's way of thinking and logic, but from another perspective, what she said was not completely unreasonable. Imagine if one day, there was a race that was countless times more powerful than humans. Would this race treat humans the same way humans treated livestock? This was a question worth pondering. Yi Xian shook his head, and then said, Miss Number 9, why do you keep telling me this? Number 9 said with a smile, Because I think you are different from other humans, and I can try to save you. Yi Xian was a bit curious, Why do you think I am different from other humans? Number 9 said, I just feel that there is no why. Yi Xian decided not to discuss this with Number 9 anymore, because he found that Number 9's four-dimensional logic was completely different from that of humans. In a short while, Yi Xian arrived at the Devouring Spirit Clan with Number 9. As soon as he arrived, several powerful auras directly enveloped him. At this time, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he looked coldly at Yi Xian. He was about to speak when Number 9 suddenly slapped him with her palm. Bang! The old man was directly transformed into a pile of blood mist. His divine soul was destroyed. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this. This woman really hates humans. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man stared at Number 9. Your Excellency is, Ninth suddenly punched out. Boom! The middle-aged man directly turned into nothingness, as if he had never appeared. Yi Xian was speechless. Boom! Right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from within the radiant dimension, and its target was Yi Xian and number 9. Number 9 looked at the powerful aura, but she didn't make a move. Yi Xian quietly retreated behind number 9. He knew that the real experts of the Devouring Spirit clan had come out. When the powerful aura arrived above Jiuzhou's head, the aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared in the clouds in the sky. Yuan Tian. The Grand Heavenly Master of the Devouring Spirit clan was also one of the top experts of the Devouring Spirit clan. However, it was obviously not his real body. It was just a projection. Yuan Tian looked at number 9 below with a dignified expression. Your Excellency, who are you? Number 9 suddenly frowned, her eyes full of disgust. You are a human. Your whole family is human. As she spoke, she clenched her fist towards the sky. The entire sky turned into a vortex, and Yuan Tian, who was in the middle of the vortex, had a drastic change in his expression. He gently pressed down with both hands, and the space around him directly distorted. At this moment, number 9 suddenly punched out. Boom! In the sky, Yuan Tian flew out, and when he stopped, his projection disappeared without a trace. Number 9 shook her head. Weak. Qingcheng, Yi family, Ancestral Temple. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as Crown Prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi residence. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to everyone, asking timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the Crown Prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder eyed Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you butting in for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new Crown Prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi residence guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. This is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Crown Prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the Crown Prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back." "Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was dressed in a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, two Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 934. What's going on? His mind went blank. Wasn't this woman fine a moment ago? Why did she suddenly lie down? Charge! Yi Xian suddenly thought of Jiu's words. She asked him to charge her. But the problem was, how? With lightning? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then rummaged through his prison tower. Soon, he found a lightning talisman and crushed it. A bolt of lightning fell on Jiu. Boom! Jiu was directly submerged by the lightning. However, it was useless. Jiu was still lying there quietly. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face darkened. This was not normal. The Devouring Spirit clan was also looking at Yi Xian. They were a little confused. What the hell was going on? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly picked up Jiu and looked coldly at the Devouring Spirit clan and other experts. Devouring Spirit clan, today is the day you die. He did not choose to escape. If he did, these people would definitely attack him. He chose to do the opposite. At this moment, Yuan Tian, who was in soul form, suddenly said, Yi Xian, who is she? Yi Xian looked at Yuan Tian and sneered, guess. Yuan Tian stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian suddenly grasped Jiu's hand and said, Senior, kill them all. His voice was so loud that all the experts of the Devouring Spirit clan could hear him clearly. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the faces of the Devouring Spirit clan experts became extremely ugly. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and pointed at Yuan Tian, you are so despicable. How dare you attack Fu Wenzong? Just wait and see. After saying that, he disappeared into the sky with Jiu in his arms. Everyone was stunned. No one wanted to chase after him. Because Jiu's strength was too terrifying. Although they felt something was wrong, they still did not dare to chase after Yi Xian. Even Yuan Tian's body was destroyed by her punch. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Meanwhile, Yuan Tian spoke abruptly, notify everyone to investigate that woman. I want to know everything about her. At this moment, his expression was incomparably gloomy. This woman who had appeared out of nowhere was far too terrifying. If this woman continued to help Yi Xian, the Devouring Spirit clan would have no chance at all. But the problem was, who was this woman? There were actually people more powerful than the 6 great masters in this world? Judging from her attack just now, this woman's strength was definitely above the 6 great experts. There was such an expert in the 5th dimension? Yuan Tian's mind was full of questions. In the distant sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. After confirming that there were no experts of the Devouring Spirit clan following him, he took out 9th. Looking at number 9, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. What was wrong with this woman? He was fine just a moment ago. At this time, Lian Qian appeared beside Yi Xian. The prison pagoda had returned to normal. Lian Qian looked at number 9, who no longer had any aura, and frowned slightly. Strange. Yi Xian looked at number 9 and said, Miss Lian Qian, do you know what's going on? Lian Qian shook her head, I don't know. Yi Xian was silent. At this time, Lian Qian suddenly said, try to awaken her soul. Soul. Yi Xian suddenly woke up. He quickly took out the soul-subduing sword, little soul, connect with her soul. Little soul trembled. After a moment, little soul said in disbelief, young master, Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Little soul said, she has no soul. No soul. Yi Xian was stunned, and then said in astonishment, how could she not have a soul? Little soul said, she has no soul. No soul. Yi Xian's face sank. This woman didn't have a soul. What's going on? At this time, Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian, what's wrong? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, little soul said she has no soul. Hearing this, Lian Qian frowned slightly, no soul? How is that possible? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, this ninth girl is too mysterious. Lian Qian said, she hates humans and has no soul. Moreover, there is no Xian qi fluctuation in her body. That is to say, she doesn't rely on Xian qi. Her cultivation method is different from ours. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He said right away, she told me to charge her battery. Does she mean she is out of battery? No power? Lian Qian looked at number 9, charge her? Yi Xian spread his hands, I don't know. It was a pity this time. If there was no problem with this ninth girl, they should be able to destroy the devouring spirit clan today. He had to find a way to charge this ninth girl. Lian Qian said, can you try with lightning? Yi Xian nodded, yes. But it's useless. The two studied for a while but still couldn't find a result. Now number 9 seemed to be dead. Not only did she have no soul, but she also didn't breathe. It was very strange. But Yi Xian knew that she was not dead. What a joke. How could such an expert die without a sound? Electricity. She should be out of power. He had to charge her. But the problem was, how could he charge her? He had no clue at all. At this time, Lian Qian said, give her to me. I will study her. Yi Xian thought for a while and then nodded, okay. Lian Qian said again, your sword is about to break through. Yi Xian looked at soul-suppressing sword. Little soul giggled, young master, can you protect me? Yi Xian said with a smile, of course. Soul-suppressing sword said, I need to absorb a lot of spiritual energy, so I can't go back to the prison pagoda. Yi Xian said, then let's go back to Fu Wenzong. He didn't dare to let soul-suppressing sword break through here. If it attracted the devouring spirit clan's experts, then things would be troublesome. Soon, Yi Xian returned to Fu Wenzong with soul-suppressing sword. Yi Xian came to the back mountain of Fu Wenzong. On the mountain peak, Yi Xian stood quietly. In front of him, soul-suppressing sword began to tremble. From all around, countless spiritual energy began to gather towards him. Yi Xian looked at soul-suppressing sword with some excitement. Soul-suppressing sword was already very strong. If it went one step further, how strong would it be? He didn't know. But he knew that the level would definitely not be weaker than Yi Ling's Azura Thorn. Just like that, the soul-suppressing sword absorbed all the spiritual energy in the surrounding area after around 2 hours. At that moment, the soul-suppressing sword began to tremble violently. Strands of powerful soul aura constantly vibrated out from the soul-suppressing sword. Soul. Yi Xian looked at soul-suppressing sword and waited quietly. Just like this, about an hour later, soul-suppressing sword suddenly let out a sword cry. A powerful soul force soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. At this moment, the entire Fu Wenzong was shocked. Because the souls of countless experts in Fu Wenzong suddenly resonated at this moment. Even Yi Xian felt a little uncomfortable in his soul at this moment. Soul-suppressing sword could already affect people's souls. At this time, soul-suppressing sword suddenly soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. Above the clouds, soul-suppressing sword turned into a black sword light, constantly shuttling back and forth. Below, Yi Xian smiled slightly. He could feel soul-suppressing sword's joy. Soul-suppressing sword and executing heaven sword had accompanied him all the way until now. He also had very deep feelings for these two swords. In the past, he felt that swords were used to kill people. Of course, he still felt the same way now. But at this moment, he felt that swords weren't just tools. They were also his, Yi Xian's, friends. Swords were alive. At this moment, as if sensing Yi Xian's mood, soul-suppressing sword suddenly flew in front of Yi Xian and said excitedly, "Young lord, I've advanced." Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and said with a smile, "What realm are you at now?" Little Soul said, "I don't know." Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian beside him. "Miss Lian Qian, what realm is Little Soul at now?" Lian Qian was silent for a moment, then said, "It should be the same level as Yi Ling's Azura Thorn, which is Tendo rank. Apart from the tiny pagoda, be it the Heaven Measuring Ruler, the Heaven Blade, or the Azura Thrust, they are all at the Heavenly Tao rank, and your Soul-Suppressing Sword and Executing Heaven Sword are also at the Heavenly Tao rank." Yi Xian was a little curious and asked, "What about above Tendo rank?" Lian Qian said, "Below mortal rank." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Below mortal rank? What do you mean?" Lian Qian said softly, "In other words, it's far beyond Tendo rank, only submortal rank." As she said that, she looked at Xiao Tian. "It's the 3 swords at the top of your pagoda. Those 3 swords are true mortal rank, the highest known existence at present. Xiao Ta, in terms of rank, is only inferior to those 3 swords." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Miss Lian Qian, I have a question. I feel that I can't use the plain-dressed woman's sword." He had held the plain-dressed woman's sword before, but he didn't feel good about it. That feeling, he didn't know how to describe it, it was just very uncomfortable. As for the power, he couldn't unleash the plain-dressed woman's sword at all. Lian Qian glanced at Yi Xian and said indifferently, "Why is a mortal sword strong?" "It's because it's strong because of the person. Of course, it doesn't mean that they aren't strong without their master. It's just that the most special thing about this sword is the person. And the reason why you can't unleash the power of the plain-dressed woman's sword is because your sword Dao attainment isn't enough. You don't have the strength of the plain-dressed woman, so that sword is inferior to your Executing Heaven Sword and Soul-Suppressing Sword." As she said that, she paused and said, "Suitable. Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." Lian Qian said again, "If one day you reach the same realm as the plain-dressed woman, your Executing Heaven Sword and Soul-Suppressing Sword will also become mortal swords. At that time, I believe that even if you hold a wooden sword, it will be invincible in the world." As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian. "Strictly speaking, mortal swords are a kind of realm, not a grade." Yi Xian nodded slightly, "I understand." Lian Qian was about to speak, but at this moment, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled. After a moment, a trace of surprise flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Lian Qian asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian said, "The Worldwide Academy sent news that Miss Wuxia is about to break through." Speaking of this, he seemed to think of something, and his face immediately became solemn. "Miss Wuxia's current strength is only second to the 6 experts. If she breaks through again, it means that, the Devouring Spirit clan will absolutely not let her break through. She's in danger. P.S. I've ordered 2 exclusive peripheral gifts. Everyone can follow my WeChat public account to have a look. You can directly search the WeChat public account, Green Phoenix Peak. Everyone can also leave a message in the book review section about whose exclusive gift you want." Chapter 935. Zhang Wenxiu is in danger. This was Yi Xian's first thought, because he knew that if the Devouring Spirit clan knew that Zhang Wenxiu was about to break through, they would never let Zhang Wenxiu break through safely. Now that they already had Yi Ling, they would never allow another Zhang Wenxiu, who was comparable to the 6 great experts, to appear. Yi Xian turned around and was about to go to the Worldwide Academy, but at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. Lian Qian asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian smiled but did not say anything. Lian Qian shook her head. This guy was definitely going to play some trick again. Devouring Spirit Clan. In an empty hall, there was only Yuan Tian. At this moment, he was still in soul form. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the hall. The old man bowed slightly. "I've investigated that mysterious woman. She first appeared in a secret realm with Yi Xian. As for the rest, I don't know. Yuan Tian asked, what secret realm? The old man said, Wu country found it. It was an ancient secret realm, and there was a sect called the Invincible Sect. I've investigated this sect, and it should be a sect from hundreds of thousands of years ago. This sect was invincible in the entire fifth dimension, but for some unknown reason, it disappeared overnight. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. This woman is from the Invincible Sect? The old man shook his head, I don't know. Yuan Tian was about to speak, but at this moment, he suddenly looked outside the hall, and there stood a young man. Seeing this person, Yuan Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, because he did not know when this young man had appeared. The old man was also on guard, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this time, Yuan Tian said, You are Aro Lien of the ancient race. No, you are not Aro Lien. The young man smiled, I am Aro Lien now, this is my new identity. Yuan Tian looked at the young man, who are you? Smiling, Aro said, I'm from the Invincible Sect. I just wanted to tell you that the woman's name is number 9, and she's not someone you can fight. Ninth? Yuan Tian frowned. People from your era? Aro nodded. She was from our era. However, we don't know who she really is. All we know is that she hates humans. She would kill anyone she sees. Yuan Tian said coldly, Is Yi Xian not human? Aro fell silent for a moment before he said, That's something that I've been unable to figure out. Yuan Tian looked at Aro and asked, Your invincible sect was destroyed by her? Aro nodded. Yes. How powerful is she? Yuan Tian asked in a deep voice. Aro looked at Yuan Tian and said, For now, I think she is invincible. Invincible. Yuan Tian narrowed his eyes. Are you kidding? Aluo laughed and said, Are you joking? Why, you haven't fought with her before. Yuan Tian said in a deep voice, I admit that she is strong, but she is not invincible, right? Aro shook his head and smiled. Do you know how powerful my invincible sect was? Yuan Tian said, Then do you know how powerful my devouring soul clan was? Aro laughed. I'm not talking about who is stronger, your devouring soul clan or my invincible sect. I want to tell you that no matter the devouring soul clan or the devouring soul clan at your peak, you can't stop her. You have fought with her, so you should know how powerful she is. Yuan Tian was silent for a moment before he said, You didn't come here just to tell me how powerful she is, did you? Aro looked at Yuan Tian and said, I came to tell you that if you want to kill her, now is the best time. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Luo smiled and said, Although this woman is extremely powerful, she has a fatal flaw, and that is, every once in a while, she will fall into a deep slumber. I don't know why, but after a period of slumber, she will wake up again. When she was in your devouring soul clan, she must have fallen into a deep sleep. This is the best time to kill her. Otherwise, once Yi Xian wakes her up, you will be in despair. Yuan Tian said in a deep voice, Fall into a deep sleep. What do you mean? Aro shook his head. I don't know. I just want to tell you that now is the best time to kill her. Otherwise, once she is awakened by Yi Xian, with Yi Xian's character, he will definitely take her to your spirit-devouring clan again. At that time, your spirit-devouring clan will really be in despair. I'm afraid no one in this world can control her. Yuan Tian said softly, If there is one person, he should be able to control her. Aro asked, Who is it? Yuan Tian said, The Prophet. Aro frowned slightly. The Prophet? Is he very strong? Yuan Tian glanced at Aro and said lightly, This person's strength is rare in the world. Regarding the Prophet, the experts of the fifth dimension were actually full of awe. They didn't dare to be disrespectful and fearless. Because he was really strong. Arrow smiled. In every era, there will be one or two super experts. It is understandable. I came here today to cooperate with you. My goal is to kill that woman, and your goal is to kill Yi Xian. And now, Yi Xian is with that woman. So, our goal is the same, right? Yuan Tian said in a deep voice, you are the only one left in your invincible sect? Arrow smiled. Of course not. Yuan Tian nodded slightly. I understand. At this time, the old man suddenly said, that Zhang Wenxiu is about to break through. Break through. Hearing this, Yuan Tian's pupils shrank. He looked at the old man. Breaking through? The old man nodded and said in a deep voice, yes, the news should be good. The experts of Fu Wenzong have already rushed to the Worldwide Academy. Obviously, they want to protect Zhang Wenxiu. Yuan Tian frowned deeply. Why is this woman suddenly breaking through? The old man said, we can't let this woman break through. If we let her break through, her strength will not be below the 6 experts. At that time, we will be in more trouble. Yuan Tian nodded. Of course we can't let her break through. Now that the Worldwide Academy had a female teacher and Yiling, if Zhang Wenxiu broke through, what would it mean? It meant that the Worldwide Academy would have 3 super experts. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for the Devouring Spirit clan to get that study room. Yuan Tian looked at Arrow in front of him. Can you do it? Arrow smiled. Of course. Yuan Tian nodded. That's great. Get ready to go to the Worldwide Academy. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the old man beside him. What's the attitude of the Wu Kingdom? The old man said in a deep voice, the Wu Kingdom did not refuse us, but they also did not agree to help us. It seems that they want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yuan Tian said indifferently, for now, don't worry about them. Let's deal with the Worldwide Academy and Fu Wenzong first. No matter what, we must not let Zhang Wenxiu break through this time. This time, we must not hold back. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that things were getting more and more difficult. Compared to Zhang Wenxiu, he was more afraid of Yi Xian. This man was too mysterious. Why was that super expert called number 9 hanging out with Yi Xian? Below, Arrow had a faint smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. At the Worldwide Academy. At this moment, the Worldwide Academy could be said to be heavily guarded. Zhang Wenxiu was about to break through. If it was in the past, this would definitely be a great thing. But now, it was not a good thing. Because everyone knew that the Devouring Spirit clan would not let Zhang Wenxiu break through safely. Fortunately, Fu Wenzong's experts had come to help. As for Fu Wenzong, some of the experts from the Worldwide Academy had mixed feelings. When Chen Tian was the mansion master, Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy had fought each other several times. But now, they had joined forces to fight against the enemy. As the saying goes, there are no eternal allies or eternal enemies. There are only eternal interests. In a room somewhere, Zhang Wenxiu sat cross-legged on the ground. Her blood was boiling and her aura was becoming stronger and stronger. In fact, she did not expect that she would break through. When she separated from Yi Xian, she found that the power of the bloodline in her body had suddenly become different. Was it because of dual cultivation? Zhang Wenxiu did not think too much about it. No matter what, this time's breakthrough was a rare opportunity for her. She had to grasp it. Because at her level, it could be said that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven if she wanted to go further. This was her opportunity, so she had to grasp it. However, she also knew that the Devouring Spirit clan would not let her break through easily. Therefore, she directly sent someone to inform Yi Xian and Fu Wenzong. In this way, time passed little by little. The aura around Zhang Wenxiu's body became stronger and stronger. This aura was so strong that it had overflowed outside the room. The entire worldwide academy could feel this aura. It could be said that the current worldwide academy had attracted the attention of all the experts in the fifth dimension. Everyone knew that Zhang Wenxiu was the strongest person after the 6 great experts. If she broke through again, it would mean that there would not only be 6 great experts in this world, but 7. At that time, the Worldwide Academy would have 2 super experts. Was the Worldwide Academy going to rise? Fu Wenzong's experts had also rushed to the Worldwide Academy. This time, it could be said that Fu Wenzong had sent all his elites. They were very clear about what Zhang Wenxiu's breakthrough meant. Now, Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy were in the same boat. It could be said that they were bound together for good or bad. Therefore, this time, Fu Wenzong also wanted to ensure that Zhang Wenxiu could break through safely. However, Yi Xian did not come. In this way, about 2 hours later, Zhang Wenxiu's aura had become so strong that it had spread hundreds of thousands of miles away from Zhou Ben. This was not an exaggeration, because if Zhang Wenxiu broke through again, she would reach the cause and effect realm. With her current combat strength, if she reached the cause and effect realm, she would be the 7th great expert. At this time, an invisible pressure suddenly shrouded the entire world-wide academy. Below, everyone raised their heads to look. The Devouring Spirit clan had come. Chapter 936. Above the Worldwide Academy. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Although the experts of the Devouring Spirit clan did not appear, this pressure alone made countless experts in the academy pale. Suffocation. Under this pressure, everyone felt suffocated. At this moment, a dim light suddenly rose from the academy. Boom! The powerful pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. Yi Ling. In the air, Yi Ling looked into the distance, her face expressionless, the Azura thorn quietly floating beside her. At this time, Yuan Tian appeared not far from Yi Ling. He was still in soul form. Beside Yuan Tian, there was a young man. It was Arrow Company, but at this moment, Arrow Company was not the previous Arrow Company. The soul in this body came from the invincible sect hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yuan Tian said, "Brother Arrow, can you restrain this woman?" After Arrow looked at Yi Ling, his eyes became dignified. Very strong. Yuan Tian smiled. One of the 6 experts of the 5th dimension. Do you think she is strong? Arrow said, I can only restrain her. Yuan Tian said, enough. Arrow nodded. His body trembled and directly rushed toward Yi Ling. In the distance, Yi Ling suddenly held the Azura thorn and stabbed forward. Chi! The space in front of Yi Ling was as brittle as a piece of paper, directly torn apart. At this time, a fist shadow suddenly blasted on the Azura thorn. Boom! The Azura thorn trembled violently and was forced to stop. At the same time, several phantoms suddenly appeared around Yi Ling. These phantoms seemed to be practicing martial arts. Yi Ling frowned slightly. At this moment, a fist came from her left side. It was very slow, like a child's punch. Yi Ling held the Azura thorn and stabbed it to the left. Boom! That fist retracted as if it had been electrocuted, but right at this moment, above her head, a fist carrying a burst of explosive air blasted towards her. Just like that, Yi Ling was drowned by countless fist shadows. On the other side, Yuan Tian glanced at Yi Ling's direction. He knew that Arrow wouldn't be able to delay Yi Ling for long. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Yuan Tian. Are you going to make a move? Yuan Tian looked around. Why don't I see Yi Xian? The old man shook his head. I've already checked. We don't know where this person is. Hearing this, Yuan Tian furrowed his brows. Since Zhang Wenxiu broke through, it's impossible that Yi Xian didn't come. Since I haven't seen him yet, there must be a trap. The old man said in a deep voice, "What does Empyrean mean?" After a moment of silence, Yuan Tian said, "Tell second uncle not to make a move for the time being in case something unexpected happens." The old man nodded. "All right." After saying that, he quietly retreated. Yuan Tian looked around, but he didn't see Yi Xian. His heart was still a little uneasy, but at this time, he couldn't care so much. Today, no matter what, he couldn't let this Zhang Wenxiu break through. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for the Devouring Spirit clan to get this universal library. Yuan Tian collected his thoughts and glanced below. At this moment, Fu Wenzong and the experts of the Worldwide Academy were all here, especially Fu Wenzong. Almost the entire sect was dispatched. This would be a tough battle. Yuan Tian collected his thoughts and whispered, "Sacrificial array." As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind him suddenly split open. In the next moment, a white vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Along with the appearance of the white vortex, the surrounding spiritual energy was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Below, everyone was on high alert. Lin Xiaoshu's face was extremely ugly. He knew that the Devouring Spirit clan was going to make their move. Soon, in that white vortex, a giant white hand suddenly condensed. The moment this giant white hand appeared, the entire sky turned illusory. That power had exceeded the limit that this space could withstand. In the sky, Yuan Tian suddenly said, "Fall." As his voice fell, that giant white hand suddenly pressed down from the sky. The moment this giant white hand fell, the space began to be annihilated inch by inch. If this giant hand were to fall into the Worldwide Academy, the entire Worldwide Academy would definitely turn into ashes. Below, Lin Xiaoshu's face was extremely ugly. Currently, the biggest trump card of the Worldwide Academy was the killing array. If this array was used, it could instantly kill this Yuan Tian, but it would be meaningless. Just killing one Yuan Tian was meaningless. Moreover, once this array was used, the Worldwide Academy would have no trump card left. That would be the time when the Worldwide Academy would perish. To put it simply, it was not that they could not use this trump card. However, this trump card had to be of value. For example, killing the strongest expert of the Devouring Spirit clan. Moreover, the Worldwide Academy was not sure whether this Yuan Tian was the strongest expert. What if this Yuan Tian was just here to sell himself? Lin Xiaoshu collected his thoughts and looked at the faction leader of the Fu Wenzong, Shen Xinghe. "Thank you, Elder Shen." Shen Xinghe nodded slightly. He looked up at the giant white hand and roared, "Sacrifice array. 10,000 talismans sacrificed to the heavens." As soon as his voice fell, countless Fu Wenzong experts suddenly took action. One after another, purple talismans soared into the sky. These purple talismans rushed into the sky and began to converge. Soon, a giant talisman shield formed by talismans appeared in the sky above the Worldwide Academy. At this moment, that giant white hand fell and directly hit the talisman shield. Rumble. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. The talisman shield trembled violently before it cracked apart, whereas, the enormous white hand had become illusory at this moment. At this moment, that giant white hand suddenly exploded. Rumble. A powerful force suddenly swept across the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the talisman shield had disappeared without a trace. Powerful energy ripples continuously rippled out in all directions, causing the entire horizon to turn into a mess. Below, Shen Xinghe glanced at where Yi Ling was. At this moment, Yi Ling had suppressed arrow, but he was unable to kill him. The two of them were restraining each other. I can't rely on Yi Ling. Shen Xinghe raised his head and looked at Yuan Tian. Behind Yuan Tian, the white vortex still existed and had not disappeared. In the sky, Yuan Tian was expressionless. He looked down at Fu Wenzong and the experts of the Worldwide Academy. Kill. As soon as his voice fell, boom. The white vortex suddenly exploded with an explosive sound. Soon, countless blood-red dots suddenly flew out from the claws of the white vortex. When these countless blood-red dots appeared, the spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Shen Xinghe's expression changed greatly. Spirit devouring. Sacrificial array, don't let these red dots fall. Spirit devouring. Simply put, it was a type of ancient evil array that could devour the spiritual energy of any living creature. If these red dots were to fall, apart from a few people, the rest would basically die. As soon as Shen Xinghe's voice fell, Shen Xinghe suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, a seven-colored talisman with 7 colors shot into the sky. Behind this 7-colored talisman were countless perfect orange talismans. Perfect orange talismans. It could be said that these were Fu Wenzong's assets. Because a perfect orange talisman, even in Fu Wenzong, was very precious. The reason why he took out so many assets this time was that Yi Xian had instructed him to stop the spirit-devouring clan at all costs to ensure that Zhang Wenxiu could safely pass the tribulation. And Shen Xinghe also understood that if Zhang Wenxiu broke through, it would also be of great benefit to Fu Wenzong. He had to protect it. As the 7-colored talisman shot into the sky, the talismans behind it suddenly burned. In an instant, the entire sky above the Worldwide Academy turned into a sea of fire. The blood-red dots were blocked by this sea of fire. In this sea of fire, the blood-red dots began to disappear bit by bit. However, the talismans were also slowly disappearing. It could be said that this was equivalent to burning money. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoshu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at the courtyard where Zhang Wenxiu was. There was a trace of worry in his eyes because he did not know how long it would take for Zhang Wenxiu to break through. In the sky, Yuan Tian looked around with a trace of worry in his eyes. Because until now, he had not found Yi Xian's whereabouts. Where is Yi Xian? He knew that Yi Xian would not sit back and do nothing. Now that he had not appeared, there must be a conspiracy. Yuan Tian turned his head and looked. Do you know Yi Xian's whereabouts? Next to him, an old man shook his head. Not yet. After a moment of silence, Yuan Tian looked at Yi Ling and Arrow Company. At this moment, Arrow Company was firmly suppressed. He knew that Arrow Company would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, he decided to ignore Yi Xian and look down at the Worldwide Academy. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the white vortex behind him suddenly started revolving. In next to no time, a strand of pure white flames suddenly floated out from within the white vortex. As soon as the flames appeared, the temperature in the surroundings instantly rose explosively. At the same time, this expanse of space started to be obliterated inch by inch. The surrounding space could not withstand this flame at all. Below, everyone's faces changed. Lin Xiaoshu's face also turned pale at this moment. This was once the number 1 flame in the 5th dimension, the heavenly spiritual flame. Heavenly spiritual flame. The number 1 spiritual flame in the 5th dimension and one of the 2 supreme treasures of the devouring soul clan. Just this heavenly spiritual flame alone was already very terrifying. At this moment, the devouring soul clan also used an array to support this spiritual flame. One could imagine how terrifying this spiritual flame was. At this time, Yi Ling's face also changed. She looked at the spiritual flame with a solemn look in her eyes. Just as she was about to charge over, Alorian pestered her tightly, not allowing her to leave at all. Yi Ling looked down and said, "Be careful of this flame." After saying that, she looked at Alorian, and her expression turned savage as she directly charged over. Below, the Worldwide Academy, Fu Wenzong, and other experts looked extremely dignified at this moment. That flame was too powerful. In the air, Yuan Tian looked down at the Worldwide Academy. He was about to speak, but at this moment, the old man beside him suddenly said, "Not good, Yi Xian Company went to our Devouring Soul Clan." Devouring Soul Clan. Hearing this, Yuan Tian's face suddenly changed. P.S. Today's update is late, please be safe. Chapter 937. The Devouring Spirit Clan. Yuan Tian didn't expect that Yi Xian would go to the Devouring Spirit Clan. What does he want to do? At this time, the old man next to Yuan Tian said, "There are people in the clan. He can't do anything. Our top priority is to stop Zhang Wenxiu." Zhang Wenxiu. Yuan Tian looked down. As the old man said, the top priority of the Devouring Spirit Clan was to stop Zhang Wenxiu from breaking through. However, he was really worried about Yi Xian. The old man said, "Great Sovereign, don't worry about this person. He is alone. He can't do anything in the Devouring Spirit Clan." Yuan Tian nodded slightly and looked down. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. Obviously, Zhang Wenxiu was about to break through. He couldn't let Zhang Wenxiu break through. Yuan Tian was about to speak when Shen Xinghe suddenly said, "Kill." As his voice fell, a seven-colored talisman suddenly soared into the sky. This talisman's target was the heavenly spiritual fire. However, as soon as it got close to the heavenly spiritual fire, it became illusory. Seeing this, Shen Xinghe's face sank. The power of the heavenly spiritual fire was far beyond his imagination. In the sky, Yuan Tian was expressionless as he looked down. "Kill." The heavenly spiritual fire suddenly floated down. At this moment, the seven-colored talisman turned into ashes, and behind it, there was nothing. This space couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly spiritual fire. Below, Shen Xinghe's face was a bit ugly. The power of the heavenly spiritual fire was beyond his expectation. At this time, Shen Xinghe opened his palm and a mirror appeared in it. Myriad Dimensional Mirror. This was given to him by Yi Xian before he came. With the appearance of this mirror, the space in the sky was suddenly cut apart. However, the heavenly spiritual flame was not damaged in the slightest, and the myriad dimensional mirror became illusory at this moment. Even the myriad dimensional mirror couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly spirit flame. When he saw this, Shen Xinghe's expression turned extremely ugly. The heavenly spirit flame was actually this powerful. Lin Xiaoshu's face darkened. This time, the Devouring Spirit Clan was determined to stop Zhang Wenxiu's breakthrough at all costs. Lin Xiaoshu looked at Yi Ling. At this moment, not only was the Azura restraining Yi Ling, there was also a mysterious expert. A total of 2 people were restraining Yi Ling. Right now, Yi Ling couldn't leave at all. Lin Xiaoshu looked at Shen Xinghe. "Where's Yi Xian?" Shen Xinghe said in a low voice, "He went to the Devouring Spirit Clan." Lin Xiaoshu frowned slightly. What's the use of him going to the Devouring Spirit Clan now? Doesn't he know what's going on? Hearing this, Shen Xinghe was a little displeased. "Hierarch Lin, watch your words. Little Grand Master must have a reason for doing this." Lin Xiaoshu said in a low voice, "What reason? Can he destroy the Devouring Spirit Clan alone? The most important thing now is to ensure Wenxiu's breakthrough, but he went to the Devouring Spirit Clan. What's he thinking?" Shen Xinghe was about to speak, but the heavenly spiritual fire suddenly floated down from the sky. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. If this heavenly spiritual fire fell, the entire worldwide academy would be reduced to ashes in an instant. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly threw the Azura sting in her hand, and the Azura sting directly stabbed the heavenly spiritual fire. Boom! A wave of fire suddenly broke out from the sky. In an instant, the sky above the worldwide academy was directly turned into a sea of darkness. Black. Seeing this, Yuan Tian took a deep look at Yi Ling, who was pinned down by two people in the distance. He had to admit that Yi Ling was really strong. He had to end this quickly. Because he found that even two people in arrow couldn't pin down Yi Ling. Yuan Tian looked at the heavenly spiritual fire that was blocked by the Azura sting. Kill! As soon as his voice fell, a powerful spiritual chi suddenly gushed out from the white vortex behind him. This spiritual chi directly poured into the heavenly spiritual fire. The heavenly spiritual fire trembled violently, and a powerful flame burst out from it. The Azura sting was directly shaken away. The heavenly spiritual fire fell straight down. Yuan Tian looked at Lin Xiaoshu. He knew that the Worldwide Academy had an invincible array. At this moment, he hoped that Lin Xiaoshu would use this array. Because in this way, the Devouring Spirit clan would no longer have any scruples. Below, Lin Xiaoshu's face was extremely ugly. He knew that at this moment, Fu Wenzong had no other means. He could only look at the Worldwide Academy. And the only thing in the Worldwide Academy that could resist the heavenly spiritual fire was the human-slaying array. Should he go out of the array? Lin Xiaoshu was not a pedantic person. If he really had no other choice, he would not keep the array. If everyone was gone, what was the use of the array? At this moment, it was the last resort. Because as the heavenly spiritual fire fell, the entire Worldwide Academy gradually became illusory. This was to completely destroy the Worldwide Academy. Lin Xiaoshu's face turned grim. He was about to order the array to be used. But at this moment, in the sky, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Tian. He trembled and said, "Great Senior, something happened in the clan." Yuan Tian turned to look at the old man. "What do you mean?" The old man said in a trembling voice, "Yi Xian led the Shura Iron Cavalry and Shura Death Guards into the clan. They are madly slaughtering our experts." Yuan Tian said angrily, "What about the Origin Spirit Realm?" The old man's voice became more and more shaky. "They are all dead." Yuan Tian roared, "How is this possible? How could Yi Xian kill them both? Was it number 9 who did it?" The old man shook his head. "No. Yi Xian found a large group of experts from somewhere. There are more than 10 Heaven's Secret Realm experts. Together with the Shura Iron Cavalry and Shura Death Guards, they attacked us by surprise." Yuan Tian looked at the Worldwide Academy with an extremely ugly expression. The reason why Yi Xian succeeded was because some of the top experts of the Devouring Spirit clan had come to the Worldwide Academy. These people did not show up because they were all on guard. On guard against the headmaster. On guard against the other headmasters of the Worldwide Academy. Yuan Tian had been on guard against the headmaster and the other grandmasters who did not show up. Because of this, he had to send most of the experts of the Devouring Spirit clan. In other words, the Devouring Spirit clan had very few experts. Next to Yuan Tian, the old man said in a deep voice, "Grand Heavenly Master, are we going back?" Yuan Tian said angrily, "Go back now? What for? If we go back now, we will suffer a double loss." Then he looked down and pressed his right hand down. The holy spiritual fire suddenly fell from the sky. In an instant, countless buildings in the Worldwide Academy began to burn. Yuan Tian stared down. "Kill! Everyone, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 experts suddenly rushed out from the white vortex behind him. All of them were peak heaven secret realm experts. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshu's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily, "Sacrifice!" Before he finished speaking, he was stunned. Because the holy spiritual fire had suddenly stopped. In front of the holy spiritual fire, there was a white jade ruler. Heaven measuring ruler. Everyone was stunned. Below, Lin Xiaoshu was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed. Not only Lin Xiaoshu, but also countless disciples of the Worldwide Academy were overjoyed. Headmaster. In the sky, Yuan Tian turned around to look down. A woman was riding a donkey on the nearby mountain path, and she was holding an ancient book in her left hand. However, she wasn't reading it at this moment, and she was sizing up the surroundings instead. In the air, Yuan Tian looked at the headmaster. His eyes were filled with undisguised fear. The headmaster's reputation in the fifth dimension was really too great. Because she was known as the last disciple of the prophet, the person closest to the prophet. Below, the headmaster looked around. Her eyes were filled with emotions, as if she was recalling the past. Soon, she entered the academy on her donkey. The experts and students of the Worldwide Academy immediately bowed to her. Greetings, Headmaster. At this moment, all the experts of the Worldwide Academy were trembling. They were agitated, excited. Even Lin Xiaoshu bowed respectfully. Headmaster. The headmaster looked at Lin Xiaoshu and smiled. Xiaoshu, you have aged a lot. Lin Xiaoshu said softly, Headmaster, you are still as elegant as ever. The woman smiled and looked around. Finally, her gaze fell on Zhang Wenxiu. Is Wenxiu about to break through? Lin Xiaoshu nodded. Yes. The woman nodded. It seems like she had some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with her state of mind, she would need some time to settle. As she said this, she looked around again. Many people are no longer here. Lin Xiaoshu said in a low voice, Headmaster Lu has fallen. We have contacted Headmaster Chen, Headmaster Zhang, and Headmaster Su. They seem to have something to do and cannot rush back. The headmaster nodded slightly. She looked up at Yuan Tian, who was in the sky. At this moment, Yuan Tian was also looking at her. The moment he saw the headmaster, although he had already expected this, when he saw the legendary headmaster, he was still a little afraid. The headmaster looked at Yuan Tian. Devouring Spirit Clan. Yuan Tian said calmly, yes. The headmaster shook her head. Back then, teacher let you go. Isn't it good to live well? Yuan Tian sneered. Drag out an ignoble existence? The headmaster said, teacher should not have been merciful back then. As she said this, she waved her lily-white hand. The heaven-measuring ruler suddenly chopped down on the heavenly spiritual fire. Boom! The heavenly spiritual fire was directly chopped away. However, at this moment, the white vortex behind Yuan Tian suddenly spun rapidly. Countless spiritual energy gushed out and finally flowed into the heavenly spiritual fire. Boom! The heavenly spiritual fire suddenly burst into a bright flame. This flame swept down from the sky and spread toward the headmaster below. Below, the female teacher was expressionless. She opened her palm, and the measuring heaven ruler suddenly flew back into her hand. The next moment, she soared into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, she gently swept the measuring heaven ruler in her hand. Boom! In an instant, the flame disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Yuan Tian's face suddenly became extremely ugly. At this time, the aura in the courtyard where Zhang Wenxiu was located was getting stronger. A breakthrough was imminent. At this moment, The old man next to Yuan Tian said in a trembling voice, Yi Xian is wildly robbing our devouring spirit clan. Chapter 938. Robbery? Yuan Tian turned to look at the old man. Is he robbing? The old man nodded. This person is robbing our devouring spirit clan. If we don't go back, Yuan Tian looked down. Below, the female teacher smiled slightly. She suddenly stretched her right hand to the right, and the measuring heaven ruler flew out. A few hundred zhang away, Arrow, who was besieging Yi Ling with a mysterious expert, suddenly turned his head and blocked with his arms. Boom! Arrow was sent flying. Without Arrow's restraint, Yi Ling suddenly disappeared. The mysterious expert not far in front of her turned pale and frantically retreated. However, his speed was not as fast as Yi Ling. Before he could retreat a few zhang, Yi Xian pierced through his forehead. Qi! The mysterious expert's divine soul was instantly destroyed. Arrow retreated behind Yuan Tian. At this moment, his expression was incomparably solemn. Although it had been hundreds of thousands of years, the people of this world were stronger than he had imagined. Yuan Tian looked at Yi Ling and the female teacher, and then said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned and left. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly disappeared. Yuan Tian did not look back. Just as Yi Ling was about to rush behind Yuan Tian, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Ling. The skinny old man looked at Yi Ling and pointed his finger. Yi Ling did not retreat. Instead, he thrust the azura thorn forward. The skinny old man did not dodge. He used his finger to block Yi Ling's azura thorn. Boom! As soon as the two touched, the whole world shook violently. Yi Ling returned to his original position. But the skinny old man did not retreat even half a step. The skinny old man glanced at Yi Ling. He is stronger than the previous kings of your Azura clan. After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Ling was about to attack again when the female teacher suddenly said, "Empress." Yi Ling looked at the female teacher, who said softly, "This person is called Yuan Zhan, a half-step rebirth realm expert. Even if you and I join hands, we will not be able to stop him." Yi Ling said indifferently, "You can't stop him?" The female teacher nodded, "No." Then, she looked up at the end of the sky, because there are still two people. "Sir, you were merciful and did not kill them. Now, they have become a disaster." Yi Ling ignored the female teacher and turned to look at Shen Xinghe. "Did you inform my brother?" Zhan Xinghe nodded, "I have." Shen Xinghe. "Little master has left." Yi Ling said and turned to leave. At this moment, the female teacher suddenly said, "Empress, please wait." "Zhan," the female teacher Yi Ling said. "Zhan, Yi master." "ZT." Yi Ling thought for a while and said, "I will go and pick up my brother." After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. The female teacher looked at Shen Xinghe. "Zhan Xinghe, you have a brother?" Shen Xinghe smiled, "He is my little master, Fu Wenzong." A look of astonishment flashed across the Empress's eyes. "Little Grandmaster?" Shen Xinghe nodded, "Yes." Then, he looked around and said, "Teacher, now that the devouring spirit clan has retreated, we will take our leave." The female teacher nodded, "Thank you, Fu Wenzong, for your help. The academy will remember this kindness." Shen Xinghe smiled, "Teacher, you are too polite. Now, I, Fu Wenzong and the academy are allies. When the academy is in trouble, I, Fu Wenzong, should help." The female teacher smiled and opened her palm. An ancient book appeared in her hand. She pointed at it and the book flew to Shen Xinghe. "This is what master left behind. It should be useful to you, Fu Wenzong." Shen Xinghe opened it and glanced at it. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. After a moment, he bowed deeply to the female teacher. "Thank you, teacher." The female teacher smiled. "I will visit Fu Wenzong another day." Shen Xinghe said, "Fu Wenzong will be waiting for you." "Teacher, we have something to do, so we will take our leave. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left with Fu Wenzong and the other experts. After Fu Wenzong and the other experts left, the female teacher turned to look at the courtyard where Zhang Wenxiu was and whispered, "Is he going to break through?" Boom! At this moment, the courtyard where Zhang Wenxiu was in exploded, and a powerful aura swept across the sky. When Yuan Tian and the others returned to the Devouring Spirit clan, the entire clan was in a mess. Yuan Tian was expressionless. He returned to his hall, where two corpses were lying. They were the corpses of Primordial Spirit and Primordial Realm. Both had been killed with a single sword strike. Yuan Tian said, "Did Yi Xian do it?" The old man behind him nodded, "Yes." Yuan Tian said softly, "He is getting stronger every day." Yuan Tian said in a low voice, "We have to be careful of his sword. That sword specializes in targeting souls. Half of the credit for killing the two of them is due to that sword." Yuan Tian looked behind him. "Second uncle, can you kill this person?" This second uncle was Yuan Zhan, a super expert from the Prophet's era. Yuan Zhan said, "If the Shura Empress protects him with her life, I can't kill him." Yuan Tian asked, "What if you include third uncle?" Yuan Zhan asked, "Yuan Qin?" Yuan Tian nodded, "Can I?" Yuan Zhan said, "Do you think he is a big threat?" Yuan Tian said softly, "At first, I didn't think much of him. But now, I realize that he is much more monstrous than we thought. If he continues to grow like this, it will be detrimental to our clan." Yuan Zhan shook his head, "It will be difficult to kill this person now. Because those two from the Worldwide Academy will not let us kill him. And our real goal is not Yi Xian, but that study room. That study room is very important to our clan, so we must obtain it." Yuan Tian said, "The key is with Yi Xian." Yuan Zhan was silent. Yuan Tian suddenly said, "Second uncle, I'm not crazy. Think about it, from the beginning until now, Yi Xian's growth is terrifying. If we continue to let him be, I'm afraid that we won't be able to kill him in the end." Yuan Zhan was silent for a moment, then nodded, "This person is indeed a disaster." Yuan Tian was about to speak, but Yuan Zhan said, "Have you thought about the current situation of our Devouring Spirit clan?" Yuan Tian said, "What do you mean, second uncle?" Yuan Zhan said softly, "With the appearance of that teacher and Zhang Wenxiu's breakthrough, there are no forces in the five-dimensional universe that will ally with us. They will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for us and the Worldwide Academy to suffer." Yuan Tian was silent. Yuan Zhan looked at Yuan Tian, "We must kill Yi Xian, but we must obtain that study room. Only by obtaining that study room can we completely change the fate of our Devouring Spirit clan." Yuan Tian nodded, I understand." As he spoke, he looked at Arrow, who was not far away. "Your Excellency, how many experts of your invincible sect are still alive?" Arrow was silent. Yuan Tian said, "Your Excellency, you must understand that although your target is number 9 and Yi Xian are obviously on the same side. You have seen the relationship between Yi Xian, Fu Wenzong, and the Worldwide Academy. Therefore, we must join forces, otherwise, no one will have a chance." Arrow was silent for a moment, then smiled slightly, "You are right. However, I still want to remind you that once Yi Xian wakes up number 9, we will all be as vulnerable as chickens and dogs." Number 9. Thinking of that woman, Yuan Tian's expression unconsciously became solemn. He was really afraid of that woman. That woman's strength might be above the 6 great experts. It could be said that even Yuan Zhan might not be her match. At this time, Arrow said, I agree with what Yuan Tian said. Between that study room and Yi Xian, we should kill Yi Xian first. After killing Yi Xian, you can not only obtain the key to open the study room, but also get rid of Yi Xian. Otherwise, even if you obtain that study room, as long as Yi Xian and number 9 are not dead, they may be able to turn the tables. Don't tell me about the glory of your devouring spirit clan. That woman's real strength will make you despair. As he spoke, he looked at Yuan Zhan, this Yi Xian must die. Moreover, now is the best time for you to kill Yi Xian. Yuan Zhan suddenly said, what is the background of that woman called number 9? Yuan Zhan shook his head. I don't know. I only know that she suddenly appeared in our era. As for where she came from, no one knows. Her identity is also a mystery. No one knows. Yuan Zhan frowned slightly. No one knows? Arrow nodded. She is too mysterious. As for why she sealed herself in our invincible sect, this is something we don't know either. But it might have something to do with a predestined fate. Yuan Tian looked at Arrow. Predestined fate? What predestined fate? Arrow shook his head. Nothing. I just want to say that our top priority now is to get rid of this Yi Xian and get rid of this disaster. Our invincible sect's goal is to kill number 9, who is behind Yi Xian, and your goal is to kill Yi Xian. As for the next attack on the Worldwide Academy, the invincible sect will not accompany you. As he spoke, his expression turned cold. This time, the invincible sect had already lost a powerhouse, and this powerhouse's loss was completely worthless. From Aurelian's point of view, this was a losing deal. Yuan Tian glanced at Arrow, then turned to Yuan Zhan. Second uncle, should we kill Yi Xian first? Yuan Zhan nodded. Sure. But we need to plan. We can't fight the Shura Empress, Teacher Matriarch, and Zhang Wenxiu. Otherwise, even if we win, it will only benefit the others. Yuan Tian nodded. I have a plan. Yuan Zhan looked at Yuan Tian. Tell me. Yuan Tian said in a low voice, as far as I know, Yi Xian has established a force in the fourth dimension called the North Alliance. There are many of his friends in the North Alliance. We can attack from there and force him to return to the fourth dimension. He has no choice but to return. He paused, then continued, however, as far as we know, this person also has a backer in the fourth dimension. It seems to be a female swordsman. At this time, Arrow suddenly said, it's all right. Leave this person to me. I'll go kill him. P.S. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go back and inherit the family fortune. Chapter 939. Fu Wenzong. Yi Xian returned to Fu Wenzong. Behind him, there were more than a dozen powerful cultivators. He had spent a huge sum of money to buy these people. This time, he didn't go to the Devouring Spirit clan alone. Instead, he used his identity as a divine talisman master to hire some powerful cultivators. Yi Xian looked at an old man behind him and said with a smile, Mr. Zhan, thanks a lot. Elder Zhan. To hire this person, he used a 7-colored talisman. The others did the same. He used more than a dozen 7-colored talismans in total. However, it was all worth it. Without these people, he, the Shura Iron Cavalry, and the Shura Death Guards wouldn't have been able to enter the spiritual realm so easily. Elder Zhan glanced at Yi Xian and smiled, it was a pleasure working with you. Yi Xian grinned and looked at everyone. Everyone, it was a pleasure working with you. As he spoke, he pointed out with his finger, and a spatial ring appeared in front of everyone. Inside the storage ring, there were 10,000 crystals. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed slightly when they witnessed this scene. 10,000 secret crystals was not a small amount. Elder Jean put away the storage ring and paid his respect. Divine Master Yi, if you need anything in the future, you can contact us directly. Everyone else nodded as well. Yi Xian was too generous. Yi Xian smiled, you all know that I might have many enemies and it will be dangerous. Elder Jean smiled, we are in this line of business. If we are afraid of danger, why would we do it? If you have any work to do in the future, please contact us directly, Divine Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled, then it's settled. Elder Jean nodded, Divine Master Yi, we will be leaving now. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to come to the city of Sin. Then, he and the others were about to leave. Just then, a powerful qi appeared around them. In the next second, Yi Ling appeared before Yi Xian. At the sight of Yi Ling, Elder Jean and the others' expressions changed drastically as if they were facing a formidable enemy. It was obvious that they knew Yi Ling. Yi Xian smiled, Elder Jean, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Yi Ling. However, she has another identity. She is the Azura Master of the Azura Hell. Sister? Elder Jean and the others were stunned. Yi Ling glanced at them and nodded as a greeting. It was obvious that she respected Yi Xian. Elder Jean and the others were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor when they saw Yi Ling greeting them, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. She was the Azura Empress. One of the most powerful in the world. She was the most powerful in the world. Now, she was greeting them. Xian, Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling. Has she broken through? Yi Ling nodded. He should have made a breakthrough. Hearing this, Yi Xian was relieved. He asked again, did the headmistress appear? Is she really very strong? Yi Xian smiled. Is she really very strong? Yi Xian smiled. She's fine. Yi Ling laughed. Ling, all of you have reached a bottleneck. How can you break through? Yi Xian laughed. It's difficult. Yi Ling fell silent for a moment. But I might have grasped something. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what is it? Reincarnation. Yi Ling said. Reincarnation? Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Yi Ling said softly, the last realm is the rebirth realm, which has only been reached by the prophet. However, I entered the rebirth realm to look for the prophet. So far, I've grasped something. I intended to go into closed-door cultivation to comprehend it, but the current situation. Why don't you go into closed-door cultivation? Yi Xian said. You're in danger. Yi Ling shook her head. You're in danger. Yi Xian was about to speak when Yi Ling said, you're not in a good situation now. After the headmaster comes back, the Worldwide Academy has 2 super experts. The Devouring Spirit clan won't bother them for a while. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew what Yi Ling meant. The Devouring Spirit clan might deal with him. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. Don't run around. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Yi Ling nodded. I'm going to see that woman. Do you want to come with me? Yi Xian asked. The headmaster? Yi Ling nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. Okay, let's go together. Yi Ling took Yi Xian's hand. The next moment, the brother and sister disappeared. At the Worldwide Academy. In a courtyard, the headmaster was sitting on a chair, holding an ancient book in her left hand. At this moment, the female teacher suddenly raised her head and looked in front of her. Yi Ling and Yi Xian appeared in front of her. The headmaster's eyes fell on Yi Xian. She put down the ancient book in her hand and walked up to Yi Xian. She suddenly put her left hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. After a moment, she frowned. How could this be? Yi Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? The headmaster looked at Yi Xian. Are you from the fourth dimension? Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, the headmaster said softly, "Can I divine your fate?" Fate? Yi Xian blinked. Are you going to tell my fortune? The headmaster nodded. You can say that. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. The headmaster smiled. You don't mind? Yi Xian smiled. Why should I mind? Everyone talks about my past life. Actually, I'm very curious. However, someone has told my fortune before, but they all failed. The headmaster smiled. Then I'll try. Yi Xian nodded. Go ahead. The headmaster spread out her palm and said softly, "Fate." As soon as she said that, a white light suddenly shrouded Yi Xian. Soon, tiny lines appeared on top of Yi Xian's head. These lines were Yi Xian's karma threads. After reaching the karma realm, one could use these karma threads to divine their past and present lives. Of course, not every karma realm expert knew how to tell fortunes. The headmaster looked at the karma threads and muttered something. In these karma threads, the headmaster saw Yi Xian's life. From his birth until now, apart from some special events, she could see everything clearly. However, she could only see today's events. As for tomorrow's events, she could not divine them at all. After a moment of silence, the headmaster suddenly said softly, "Past life." As soon as she said that, in one of Yi Xian's karma threads, she saw a gray world. A little boy was carrying a little girl on his back and running wildly. At this moment, in the distant four-dimensional universe, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. She looked up and frowned. In the blink of an eye, in the fifth dimension, the expression of the female teacher in front of Yi Xian changed drastically. She retreated several steps, and the karma threads above Yi Xian's head disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian was shocked. "Headmaster, you?" The headmaster ignored Yi Xian and looked down. Her gaze pierced through the galaxy and arrived in the four-dimensional universe. Fifth dimension. Fourth dimension. The two women looked at each other across the starry sky. The woman in the plain dress looked at the headmaster. "Do you want to die?" In the five-dimensional universe, the headmaster looked at the woman in the plain dress. "You are blocking karma for him." The woman in the plain dress was expressionless. "Since you have no evil intentions towards him, I will spare your life. If you dare to peep into his past life again, I will cut you down with my sword." After saying that, she retracted her gaze. In the five-dimensional universe, the headmaster retracted her gaze. The white light on Yi Xian's body had already disappeared. The headmaster said softly, "What a strong person." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Headmaster, what did you find?" The headmaster looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "I didn't find anything. Someone stopped me." Yi Xian asked, "Who?" The headmaster shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "This is your choice. Although I don't know why you are doing this, I respect your decision." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. He looked at the headmaster. Her words were strange. The headmaster smiled. "Do you like reading?" "Reading?" Yi Xian nodded. "I do." The headmaster smiled. "Then why don't you stay in the academy? You can read the books in the academy and the books I have collected." Yi Xian hesitated and said, "I am Fu Wenzong's man." The female teacher smiled and said, "What does that matter?" Yi Xian said, "You don't mind?" The headmaster shook her head. "I don't mind. If you like, you can come to the academy at any time. You are now in the life and death realm. If you want to break through and reach the heavens fate realm, you need to accumulate knowledge." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." The headmaster said, I see that you have the Space Dao Law, the Major Dao Law, the Dream Dao Law, and the Seal Dao Law. As she spoke, she took out 4 ancient books and handed them to Yi Xian. These are the works that my teacher wrote when he was researching the Dao laws. They should be of great help to you and allow you to fully unleash the power that these Dao laws should have. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he looked at Yi Ling. Yi Ling said, "They are precious." At this moment, Lian Qian's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "They are very precious. Accept them quickly. These ancient books can help us grow." Yi Xian hurriedly put away the 4 ancient books. He glanced at the headmaster and said, "Headmaster, you gave me such a big gift as soon as we met." The headmaster smiled. "The academy is in trouble. It is all thanks to your help. These books are nothing." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Thank you." The headmaster nodded slightly and took out another ancient book. This is the Tao of Talismans, and it was left behind by Master all those years ago. Actually, there is another type of talisman above the 7-colored talisman, and that is the talisman of heaven and earth. It uses the heavens and earth as the paper, the Milky Way as the guide, and the mountains and rivers as the lines. It gathers the energy of the heavens and earth to form a talisman. This talisman is extremely powerful, and it can be described as destructive. Only Master and Fu Xiaotian were able to draw this talisman back then. Even though it is extremely powerful, the conditions to draw it are extremely harsh. Whether you can draw it successfully depends on your own luck. The Talisman of Heaven and Earth. Yi Xian hurriedly took the ancient book. After he glanced at it, his expression quickly changed. If he could draw this talisman, then besides a freak like number 9, he would even be able to fight the 6 great experts. This is good stuff. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He cupped his fists at the headmaster again. "Thank you, headmaster." The headmaster smiled. "Go ahead and study it. I'll have a chat with your sister." Yi Xian glanced at Yi Ling and nodded. "Alright, you two have a good chat." With that, he turned and left with the basic ancient book. The headmaster looked at Yi Ling. "Empress, do you know who he is?" Yi Ling was silent for a moment. "I do." Chapter 940. In the courtyard, the 2 women sat facing each other. On the tea table, there was a pot of tea and 2 teacups. The tea was steaming and the fragrance of the tea filled the air. It was quiet all around. The female teacher picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then she asked softly, "When did you find out?" Yi Ling looked at the female teacher. "Is it important?" The female teacher asked, "Is it not important?" Yi Ling shook her head. "I care about him not because of who he was in his previous life or what he had, but because he is my brother. In my heart, he is only Yi Xian, the man who would do anything for me." The female teacher was silent. Yi Ling asked again, "Why can't people live a simple life?" The female teacher smiled. "You are right. People should live a simple life. However, some things cannot be avoided." As she said this, she looked at Yi Ling. "At first, I thought things were as I thought. However, after seeing the plain-dressed woman, I know that things are more complicated than I thought." Yi Ling was silent. The female teacher said, "Things are getting more and more complicated." Yi Ling said, "It's very simple for me. He is my brother, that's all." The female teacher smiled. "The Empress is very open-minded. However, some things cannot be avoided." Yi Ling said, "Then let's fight." The female teacher was silent. Yi Ling stood up. "Teacher, what is in the study?" The female teacher said, "There is something that will make everyone go crazy." Yi Ling asked, "For example?" The female teacher looked at Yi Ling and smiled. "For example, there is an ancient book called The Secrets of the Rebirth State. If you and I get it, I think we can easily reach the rebirth state. Yi Ling was silent. The female teacher continued, and the things in the study are far more than that. Yi Ling said, should we open the study? The female teacher shook her head. Once we choose to open it, things will become very troublesome. Yi Ling said, you, me, and Zhang Wenxiu, what do we have to fear? The female teacher said with a smile, if we really open it, we won't just have to face the devouring spirit clan. Moreover, there are some special places that have always been coveting this study house. Yi Ling frowned. Special place? The female teacher said softly, for example, the dimension of nothingness, the land of immortality, and the boundless underground city. Yi Ling was silent. Those three places could be said to be forbidden areas in the fifth dimension. Ordinary people simply did not dare to step into them. Even she did not dare to go too deep into them. The female teacher continued, back then, with Master around, we could suppress the existence of these places. But now, we can't suppress them. However, if we don't move, they won't dare to move either, because none of them wants to face the formation that Mr. left behind. However, at this point, she said softly, based on the current situation, I reckon they won't be able to sit still any longer. Yi Ling shook his head. Troublesome. She knew that once the three forbidden areas were involved, things would become very troublesome. The female teacher said softly, it's more than troublesome. As she said this, she looked up at the sky, a trace of worry in her eyes. I always have an ominous feeling, as if something big is about to happen. Yi Ling was about to speak, but at this time, a woman came from not far away. Zhang Wenxiu. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu had a head of blonde hair, and she had a completely different temperament and aura from before. After Zhang Wenxiu arrived, she glanced at the teacher and Yi Ling, want to fight? Which one of you will come? The current Zhang Wenxiu was completely different from before. Yi Xian came to an empty courtyard and took out the ancient books that the female teacher had given him. At this time, Lian Qian appeared in front of Yi Xian and took one of the books. That was an ancient book about her. Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. Miss Lian Qian, can these really allow me to truly control these Tao laws? Lian Qian closed the ancient book and looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Not only can it, but it can also enhance them. These were all left behind by the Master and are very precious. You must study them more and thoroughly understand them. Yi Xian nodded and looked at the ancient book in his hand. Then let's start with the Great Tao Law. With that, he flipped open the ancient book. Studying the Great Tao Law. Although he had a few types of Tao laws, to be honest, he had yet to fully understand them. Moreover, he had yet to fully unleash the power of these Tao laws. It was a little wasteful. In the following time, Yi Xian continued to study the Great Tao Law. After reading the ancient book left behind by the prophet, Yi Xian then realized how terrifying the Great Tao Law was. Not only that, but the Great Tao Law could also be continuously enhanced. The ancient book of the Great Tao Law also recorded in detail how to enhance it. Only now did Yi Xian understand why Lian Qian had been so anxious to obtain the ancient book that belonged to her. These ancient books were really of great help to these Tao laws. Approximately 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at a valley in the mountains behind the Worldwide Academy. As his feet stepped on the ground, a steady stream of the power of the earth gathered towards him. At this moment, the mountains shook. Yi Xian spread his arms wide and the endless power of the earth gathered in his body. After absorbing the power of the earth, Yi Xian started to compress and purify the power of the earth. Just like that, the aura around Yi Xian became stronger and stronger. In the end, his entire body was covered by a thin layer of golden light. This golden light was like a dazzling battle armor. Earth battle armor. This was a method of using the great Tao law mentioned in the ancient book. After compressing the power of the earth, it would form a battle armor. This was the earth battle armor mentioned in the ancient book. This battle armor was formed by the condensation of the power of the earth and was indestructible. However, in order to make this earth battle armor truly indestructible, it had to be compressed to the limit. What he had now was far from enough. Yi Xian was still compressing it frantically. The power of the earth in his body started to change qualitatively, and the earth battle armor on his body also transformed at this moment. This went on for approximately 2 hours before the earth battle armor on his body turned into a reddish gold color. Not only that, but his entire body also possessed endless power of the earth. As he stood on the ground, he actually felt invincible. The only pity was that he could only possess the power of the earth when he was standing on the ground. If he left the ground, the power of the earth in his body would automatically disappear completely after a quarter of an hour. The power of the earth originated from the earth. If he left the ground, the power of the earth would disappear completely. This was the characteristic of the great Tao law, as well as its flaw. Yi Xian looked at the earth battle armor on his body. The earth battle armor was as thin as a cicada's wings, but it was extremely sturdy. It could be said that as long as he stood on the ground, he could even take a few hits from the 6 powerhouses. Apart from that, he felt that the power in his body was endless. He felt that he could kill a powerhouse at the level of Lin Xiaoshu with a single punch. In fact, this ancient book about the great Tao law taught him 3 things. The first was to let him have a sufficient understanding of the great Tao law. The second was to teach him how to use the great Tao law correctly. The third was to teach him how to improve the great Tao law. Nourish it with the earth. He could integrate the great Tao law into the earth. This way, the great Tao law could constantly absorb the power of the earth to nourish itself. After familiarizing himself with the use of the great Tao law, Yi Xian integrated the great Tao law into the earth and began to study the space Tao law. The space Tao law was slightly more complicated than the great Tao law because it involved space. Fortunately, the ancient book had detailed explanations. In addition, the space Tao law had already recognized him as its master, so it wasn't difficult for him to learn it. About 3 days later, Yi Xian completely mastered the space Tao law. He could now change the shape and laws of space with a single thought, as well as disintegrate and reassemble space. Of course, the most important thing was that he could now easily perform space travel and space jumps. Especially space jumps. If he used them to escape in the future, it would definitely be a divine technique. Apart from that, he could also use the space Tao law to directly enter the second-dimensional space. Of course, this was just the beginning. He believed that if he continued like this, he could easily enter the third or even the fourth-dimensional space with the help of the space Tao law. In the sky, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of feet away. A moment later, he was already tens of thousands of feet away. Space jumps. Now, he could directly space jump. This speed was several times faster than before. Not only that, but he could also easily control the space around him. It could be said that he could use space to suppress others, especially those who wanted to use the power of space to deal with him. If he encountered such a situation, he could easily suppress them. In the next period of time, Yi Xian began to study the Dream Tao law. The Dream Tao law was even more mysterious than the Space Tao law and the Great Tao law. The most important aspect of the Dream Tao law was to enter dreams. In this ancient book, there was a method to utilize the Dream Tao law. Dream barrier. Using dreams as a boundary, create a barrier, and forcefully enter the other party's dream. As for how powerful it was, Yi Xian didn't know yet. However, he was looking forward to it. Around a few days later, an old man suddenly arrived before Yi Xian. The old man was Xian Tiance. Xian Tiance said in a low voice, Divine Master Yi, I received news that the experts of the Devouring Spirit clan have headed to the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. They want to threaten me with the fourth dimension. Xian Tiance nodded. They should be. However, I've investigated before. When the Worldwide Academy's Chen Tian faced the fourth dimension, a woman in a plain dress once said that the fourth dimension was under her protection. I just don't know if she can protect it. A woman in a plain dress. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Can she protect it? In the fourth dimension. A woman in a plain dress slowly walked through the starry sky. She was just walking slowly. Her plain dress was spotless. The woman in the plain dress walked slowly. She seemed to think of something, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly from time to time. Smile. Since the mountain crack, she hadn't smiled for a long time, but in the past few years, she had smiled a lot. In the past, she had no desires, and everything in the world was tasteless. Now, she was willing to appreciate this world. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly stopped because a man appeared not far in front of her. Invincible Sect's Arrow Lien. Arrow looked at the woman in the plain dress and said with a smile, I heard you are very strong. The woman in the plain dress was silent for a moment. She suddenly looked up at the fifth dimension and said softly, all kinds of trash come to find me. It seems that I have been too low-key. Originally, I wanted to be more merciful to the fifth dimension, but now it seems that you are not worthy of my kindness. As her voice fell, she suddenly opened her palm. Sword, rise. Buzz. In the distant fifth dimension, the sound of a sword suddenly resounded. Following this sound, from the world prison pagoda in Yi Xian's body, a sword soared into the sky and entered the fifth dimension's starry sky. The next moment, this sword slowly descended from the starry sky. Rumble. In an instant, the entire starry sky became silent. One sword to destroy the fifth dimension. For a moment, all the experts in the fifth dimension were shocked. P.S. I said that I wanted to go back and inherit the family property, but no one believed me. Do you really think that I am an ordinary person? Writing books is just my hobby. In fact, my true identity is a super soldier king that shocked the underground world. I have the bloodline of an Arabian tyrant, and my family property is in the hundreds of billions. I only came out to gain experience. If I didn't drink some wine today, you would never know my true identity. Chapter 941. The moment the sword of the plain-dressed woman entered the depths of the starry sky, the experts of the entire fifth dimension were shocked. Everyone looked in the direction of the Worldwide Academy. Who was the one who attacked? Countless people thought. In the faraway void dimension, an old man leaning against a tombstone suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as sharp as blades. He looked up, and very quickly, his gaze pierced through the starry sky. He saw the sword that was slowly falling from the starry sky. At this moment, this old man who had lived for God knows how long had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Behind the old man was a boundless graveyard. It was incomparably gloomy, and on one of the tombstones, there were two candied haws. At the same time, in the depths of the land of eternal life, a sword seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly let out a sharp sword cry, and within that cry, there was a trace of trembling. Boundless underground city. In the depths of this boundless underground city, there was a bottomless river, and a one-legged woman was washing clothes. In the entire boundless underground city, there was only one person. As if she had sensed something, the one-legged woman suddenly looked up at the faraway depths of the starry sky. When she saw that sword, her eyes suddenly narrowed. After a moment, she lowered her head and continued to beat the clothes in her hands with a stick. In some unknown starry sky, a white-haired woman suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around, her gaze piercing through the starry sky. When she saw that sword, the white-haired woman slowly clenched her jade-like hands. So powerful, in the depths of a mountain range, a woman who was reading suddenly put down the ancient book in her hands. She looked up at the depths of the starry sky. When she saw that sword, the woman frowned. Is this going to destroy the fifth dimension? Who attacked with that sword? At this moment, an old man appeared behind the woman. The old man respectfully bowed. Master, who is the person who attacked with that sword? As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. The strength of the person who attacked with that sword is rarely seen in the world. The woman stood up. She looked at the depths of the starry sky and softly said, "If that sword falls, I'm afraid the fifth dimension will be fragmented. Countless creatures will die tragically. This person is so powerful, but he has no compassion. As Master said, the stronger one is, the more restrictions they should be subjected to." As she spoke, she slightly tilted her head. "Can it be stopped?" The old man hesitated for a moment and then knelt down on one knee. "Master, this sword cannot be blocked." The woman narrowed her eyes. "I'm the master of the fifth dimension, yet you're telling me I can't block it?" The old man said in a trembling voice, "Master, the strength of this sword is rarely seen in the world. I'm afraid that only the prophet could resist it. If you make a move, I'm afraid." The woman looked at the starry sky and softly said, "Once this sword descends, at least 90% of the beings of the fifth dimension will die. The Gravekeeper and the others are powerful, so they can naturally survive. However, those who don't have any strength will die without a doubt. The lives of the weak should not be trampled on like this. Even if I can't block it, I have to block it." With that, she turned into a beam of white light and disappeared into the horizon. Without any hesitation, the old man immediately gave chase. Worldwide Academy. When the sword flew out of Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian himself was stunned. When the sword destroyed the starry sky, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. The plain-dressed woman made her move. And the plain-dressed woman wanted to destroy the world? Yi Xian's mind went blank. At this time, Zhang Wenxiu and the other two women appeared in front of Yi Xian. Zhang Wenxiu looked at the sword, then at Yi Xian. "You did it?" Yi Ling and the female teacher also looked at Yi Xian. Because they had rushed over when they heard the sword cry, and they had witnessed that scene. Thus, their first thought was that it was Yi Xian who did it. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Do you think I can do that?" Yi Ling suddenly said, "She did it." The plain-dressed woman. Yi Ling had seen the plain-dressed woman before and knew how powerful she was. Apart from her, she couldn't think of anyone else. Yi Xian nodded. It was her. Someone must have provoked her. You also know that she has a good temper. If others don't provoke her, she definitely won't get angry. Good temper? Yi Ling's expression was a little strange. If you weren't my brother, I would have hit you. In her memory, that woman's temper wasn't good at all. At this time, the prison was also trembling violently, as if it was expressing something. Good temper? The prison almost killed its master. This was simply lying with one's eyes wide open. At this time, the female teacher suddenly said, "This sword wants to destroy the fifth dimension." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "Can you stop it?" Yi Xian was about to speak when a woman suddenly appeared above Yi Xian and the other two. The person who came was the master of the fifth dimension, the crippled woman. The crippled woman looked at the sword in the starry sky. She suddenly waved her lily-white hand and a white light soared into the sky. The moment the powerful force appeared, it caused the space in the field to boil. It was extremely terrifying. However, before the white light could get close to the plain-dressed woman, the sword disappeared without a trace. It couldn't withstand a single blow. The crippled woman frowned. She lightly stamped her right foot and soared into the sky. Head on. Soon, the crippled woman arrived in the starry sky. She was getting closer and closer to the sword, and her expression became more solemn. The power contained in the sword was stronger than she had imagined. However, she didn't retreat. After a moment, the crippled woman suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist and punched. Fist exterminating the heavens. Boom! A fist suddenly soared into the sky from her fist and went straight into the depths of the starry sky. Wherever the fist passed, the space was directly shattered. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fist mark blasted against the sword. Boom! The fist instantly disappeared without a trace, but the sword didn't move at all. Below, the crippled woman's face was pale. She looked around and her voice was like thunder that shook the surroundings. If this sword falls, all the beings in the fifth dimension will be exterminated. Are you all really not going to stop it? There was no response from anyone around. Stop it? Who was willing to stop this sword? They were here to throw away their lives. The crippled woman's face was extremely unsightly. At this moment, she thought of the words of the prophet. Humans are all selfish. If it doesn't affect them, they will hang high. As long as it doesn't affect them, what does the life and death of others have to do with them? If this sword were to fall, those top experts, including herself, would be able to survive. This was because this sword was not targeted at an individual. However, what about those beings without strength? Seeing that no one was going to help, the crippled woman shook her head. She knew that she didn't have the qualifications to ask others to save these beings like her. She could only ask herself. The crippled woman raised her head and looked at the sword. Just as she was about to attack again, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. The crippled woman glanced at Yi Xian and shook her head. You are too weak. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. How could she say that? The crippled woman said again, however, with your strength, you dare to stand out. You can be considered a real man. Go down. Yi Xian said, Senior, let me try. The crippled woman looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Then, he turned into a sword light and entered the depths of the starry sky. Looking at the walking sword, Yi Xian had a complicated expression. Destroy the fifth dimension? He naturally couldn't let the crippled woman destroy the fifth dimension. If the fifth dimension was destroyed, how many people in Fu Wenzong would die? There was also Shao Qi, Lian Wanli, and Lanxiu, and Yi Ling. There were too many people. If this sword was to destroy the devouring spirit race, he would definitely clap his hands. However, the problem was that this sword wasn't to destroy the devouring spirit race. It was to destroy the entire fifth dimension. This was indiscriminate destruction. Not to mention anything else, just this sword alone could destroy the entire Fu Wenzong sect. There were also the Shura Iron Cavalry and Shura Death Guards from Shura country. These people couldn't resist this sword at all. Yi Xian sighed. He walked in front of the sword and said softly, can it not destroy all beings? The crippled woman looked at Yi Xian. Young man, aren't you a bit abnormal? Yi Xian, at that moment, the sword that was falling from the starry sky suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the crippled woman was stunned. This sword was still willing to be reasonable. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the crippled woman could hear him. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He looked at the walking sword and said, Can I? In the distant fourth dimension. In the starry sky, the crippled woman looked at the fifth dimension and said, Yes. In the future, if you don't like this world, tell me and I will destroy it for you. After saying that, she waved her lily-white hand. In the distant fifth dimension, the walking sword suddenly turned into a sword light and entered Yi Xian's head. Finally, it returned to the top of the prison pagoda. At this moment, the 9th floor's voice suddenly sounded. So strong, who can withstand it? In the 4th dimension. Arrow, who was standing in front of the crippled woman, was stunned. He could see the 5th dimension just now. It should be said that the moment the crippled woman attacked, he knew that he wasn't her opponent. The strength of this crippled woman was probably not weaker than the 9th floor. He had met a tough opponent. Alorian already had the intention to retreat. Just as he was about to retreat, a ray of sword light suddenly flashed past his throat. Chi! Arrow's head flew out. Arrow's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that the crippled woman was strong. However, he didn't expect that he couldn't even take one sword from her. After the shock, there was endless regret. He had struggled to survive until now. Why did he have to find this crippled woman? Why? He couldn't accept it. Arrow died with everlasting regret. The crippled woman looked at Arrow's head. Her face was expressionless. What kind of trash is this? He's as weak as a chicken. After saying that, she waved her right hand. Arrow's body and head disappeared without a trace. The crippled woman coldly looked at the 5th dimension. This 4th dimension, I will protect it. From today onwards, the 4th dimension does not welcome the 5th dimension. If one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will destroy the 5th dimension. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something. Her expression suddenly turned ferocious. Even if they come, can't they send someone who can fight? Do you know how painful it is to be invincible? The crippled woman's voice was like thunder. It passed through the layers of starry sky and finally spread to the entire 5th dimension. The entire 5th dimension fell into silence. The 4th dimension. At this moment, everyone was silent. There was a person in the 4th dimension looking down on the 5th dimension. However, no one dared to respond. Who dared to respond? That crippled woman almost destroyed the entire 5th dimension. Of course, more people were curious about the identity of the crippled woman. A crippled woman who almost destroyed the entire 5th dimension. How terrifying was she? Worldwide Academy. Yi Xian looked at crippled woman and the other women. He smiled. Actually, she is a good person. Her temper is also very good. Really, at this moment, the prison pagoda suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It trembled violently. Moreover, it seemed like it was about to attack. It really wanted to kill its master. Chapter 942. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Ling also shook her head. Not to mention the prison pagoda, even she was speechless. That plain-dressed woman had a good temper? Was she a good person? That woman wanted to destroy the world at the drop of a hat. She did not have a good temper. Of course, for Yi Xian, the plain-dressed woman's temper was indeed very good. However, it was only for him. Apart from Yi Xian, that woman had never been nice to anyone. At this moment, the crippled woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, "How did you do it?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly, "This sword and I are quite related. Therefore, I discussed it with it and it was willing to listen to me." The crippled woman looked at Yi Xian and nodded slightly, "No matter what, all living beings should thank you." Yi Xian shook his head, "No one will thank me." The crippled woman said, "At least I am willing." Yi Xian looked at the crippled woman and was a little surprised, "Senior is willing?" The crippled woman asked, "Is there a problem?" Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling and Yi Ling said, "The master of the 5th dimension, the crippled woman." Crippled woman? Yi Xian looked at the crippled woman and was a little surprised. This woman was not crippled. As if knowing what Yi Xian was thinking, Yi Ling said, "She is missing a soul and a spirit." A soul and a spirit. Yi Xian looked at the crippled woman again and nodded slightly, "So that's how it is." As he said this, he seemed to think of something and his face became solemn. "Seniors, if I am not wrong, this time the Devouring Soul clan must have gone to the fourth dimension to find trouble with the plain-dressed woman. Otherwise, she would not have suddenly wanted to destroy the fifth dimension." The crippled woman said softly, "The Devouring Soul clan. This clan is quite ambitious and is not a good person." The female teacher also nodded slightly. "Now that they have the invincible sect by their side, it will not be easy to deal with them." The crippled girl looked at the female teacher. "Have you found the whereabouts of the teacher?" The female teacher glanced at Yi Xian and shook her head. "Not yet." Hearing this, the crippled lady became silent. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Everyone, with our current strength, we aren't any weaker than the Devouring Spirit clan. Why don't we open the Universal Library directly?" The female teacher shook her head. "No." Crippled girl also nodded, "We can't open it." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The headmistress looked at Yi Xian. "Because it's not only the Devouring Spirit clan that covets the study room, but also the three forbidden lands. The Void Dimension. Boundless Underground City. The Land of Immortality." Yi Xian frowned. "Are they also eyeing the study room?" The female teacher nodded. "He has been hitting them all the time." It could be said that the World Dimensional Bookstore was the only thing that those three places were interested in. If they opened the book room, it was tantamount to pushing them to the side of the Devouring Spirit clan. "If we don't open it, they will just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, letting us fight to the death with the Devouring Spirit clan. Therefore, we can't open it for the time being." Yi Xian sighed in a low voice, a little depressed. Because he was also curious about what was in the study room, but he also understood that if they really opened it, it would really make the Worldwide Academy worse. Unless there was something in the study room that could directly make them invincible. But this kind of thing was obviously not possible. Yi Xian said, "I think we can't just sit here and wait for death." The women looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, "It is extremely disadvantageous for us to be so passive. Therefore, I think we can counterattack. If we can destroy the Devouring Spirit clan, it would naturally be the best. If we can't, it's fine. At least we have to show our momentum and let the forces of the fifth dimension know our strength. At the same time, we have to let the Devouring Spirit clan understand that we are not easy to bully." The female teacher smiled slightly. "I agree. Qingcheng, Yi family, Ancestral Temple. Ancestor, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang." The one who spoke was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a teenager with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi family's elders. "Why?" At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the Ancestral Temple. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two small hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, looking a little weak. There was also a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over regardless of her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the Ancestral Temple and said timidly, "Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The great elder suddenly said angrily, "Whether he discards or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this moment, the new Prince Yi Lang suddenly smiled and said, "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi family rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the family. The family is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard smiled coldly. "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince position. What are you shouting for?" He raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. But she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "I'm Zhang Mu." "Greetings, Crown Prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Crown Prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped when he saw something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his expression dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man." "How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! Chapter 943. Nothingness Dimension. This was a very mysterious place. Only the Prophet had entered this place and came out alive. Regarding this place, the experts of the 5th dimension were full of curiosity and fear. On this day, Yuan Tian and Yuan Zhan arrived at the nothingness dimension. The two did not enter but stood at the entrance of the nothingness dimension. Yuan Tian respectfully bowed to the nothingness dimension. Greetings, Elder Heaven. At this time, an old man appeared at the entrance. The old man had a hunched back and loose hair. He looked very old. However, Yuan Tian and Yuan Zhan did not dare to breathe loudly in front of this old man. The old tomb guard of the nothingness dimension. In the 5th dimension, there were 3 places that even the 6 experts had to respect. The nothingness dimension was one of them. Elder Heaven looked at Yuan Tian and Yuan Zhan. What's the matter? Yuan Tian respectfully bowed. Retrieve the coffins. Elder Heaven softly said, Your devouring spirit clan has 6 coffins here. How many do you want? Yuan Tian solemnly said, 3. Elder Heaven nodded and turned to leave. Yuan Tian looked at Elder Heaven and softly said, Second uncle, how deep is this heavenly prison? Yuan Zhan solemnly said, Unfathomable. Yuan Tian solemnly said, It is said that only the Prophet went in. I don't know what's inside. Yuan Zhan said, My devouring spirit clan's ancestor once fought with Elder Heaven. Yuan Tian asked, What was the result? Yuan Zhan shook his head. I don't know. However, to be honest, in that era, I'm afraid that the only one who could suppress the sky god was the prophet. Prophet. Yuan Tian nodded. If the prophet did not disappear, the fifth dimension would still be peaceful. During that period, the great clans and the forbidden areas chose to lie low and did not dare to come out. Even after the prophet disappeared, they did not dare to come out. Including the devouring spirit clan. At this time, Elder Heaven once again appeared in front of the two. He waved his right hand and a coffin appeared in front of the three. Yuan Tian quickly bowed. Many thanks. Old Heaven looked at Yuan Tian and did not speak. Yuan Tian hurriedly took out a black bottle and handed it to Elder Tian. Inside the bottle, there were millions of souls. Elder Sky put away the bottle and left. He walked very slowly and looked very weak. Yuan Tian quickly put away the three coffins and left with Yuan Zhan. Fu Wenzong. After Yi Xian and Yi Ling returned to Fu Wenzong, Yi Xian returned to his room and took out an ancient book. It was the ancient book of Talisman of Heaven and Earth given to him by the headmaster. Heaven and Earth Talisman. A talisman above the seven-colored talisman. If he could draw this kind of talisman, he would be able to use it to fight against experts like Yi Ling. He didn't know if he could beat them, but he could. And now, if he were to fight one-on-one, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Ling. Yi Xian flipped open the ancient book. After a while, Yi Xian frowned because he realized that the requirements to draw this heaven and earth talisman were extremely harsh. To draw this kind of heaven and earth talisman, even chaotic energy was not enough. Apart from that, he had never even heard of any of the messy materials. Difficult. Yi Xian's face darkened. Refining this heaven and earth talisman was extremely difficult. No. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about Xiaoling. Although he did not have spiritual energy that was better than chaotic energy, Xiaoling did. The spiritual energy that Xiaoling used to refine pills was definitely enough to draw this heaven and earth talisman. However, the materials were a big problem. Yi Xian thought about it and left the room to look for Shen Xinghe. Yi Xian took out the heaven and earth talisman and handed it to Shen Xinghe. Take a look, old Shen. Shen Xinghe glanced at Yi Xian and took the heaven and earth talisman. His expression changed a moment later. Old Shen looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, "Heaven and earth talisman?" Yi Xian nodded. "The master gave it to me. She said it was researched by the prophet. Back then, only the patriarch and the prophet could draw it." Old Shen said in his deep voice, "The requirements to draw this talisman are extremely difficult. There are two materials that even I, Fu Wenzong, don't have." Yi Xian asked immediately, "Which two?" Old Shen said, "Starry Sky Stone and Phoenix Wood." Yi Xian asked, "What about the rest?" Old Shen said, "I, Fu Wenzong, have the rest, but it's not a lot." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "The most difficult part is the celestial qi. This talisman requires extremely powerful celestial qi. Even the chaotic qi won't work. And I can't find any celestial qi that's of a higher level than the chaotic qi in the world." Yi Xian smiled, "I have profound energy. That's what I'm lacking right now." Old Shen said with shock, "You have profound energy?" Yi Xian nodded, "I do, but I don't have the materials." Old Shen fell silent for a moment before he said, "I'll think of a way to get the materials." Yi Xian looked at Old Shen. Old Shen said, "Come with me to the city of Sin. Perhaps there's something we need there." "The city of Sin?" Yi Xian asked, "What's that place?" Old Shen said, "It's a chaotic place. There are all sorts of people there. However, it's also a trading paradise because you might be able to buy anything you want there." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "All right, let's go to the city of Sin." There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Old Shen nodded. Soon, the two of them left Fu Wenzong and headed towards the city of Sin. The city of Sin. This was a special place. This place didn't belong to any forces. Just like Old Shen said, there were all sorts of people here. Something worth mentioning was that the city of Sin could be said to be the most prosperous city out of all the cities in the fifth dimension. Because there was freedom here. After Yi Xian and Old Shen entered the city of Sin, Yi Xian looked around curiously. One has to admit that the city of Sin was truly prosperous. The entire city was filled with people and was extremely lively. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Old Shen, who is in charge of the city of Sin?" Old Shen said, "The leader of the city of Sin, Mu Yuan." The reason why the city of Sin could be as prosperous as it is today is because of the management of the Mu clan. Mu Yuan's daughter, Mu Qing, is a rare talent in business. The biggest peace trading company in the fifth dimension was built by her. We are here to ask for her help. Yi Xian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a man suddenly appeared before Old Shen and Yi Xian. The man bowed to Yi Xian and Old Shen. "Leader Shen, God Master Yi, the young lady invites you." The young lady. Yi Xian looked at Old Shen. Old Shen smiled, "It should be her." Then, he looked at the man before him and said, "Lead the way." The man bowed again and said, "Please follow me." Then, he turned and walked to the side. Old Shen and Yi Xian followed. Not long after, the man brought Yi Xian and Shen Xinghe over. They arrived at a small garden. The moment they entered, a woman walked towards them. The woman wasn't wearing a woman's outfit, she was wearing a man's outfit. A woman dressed as a man. This woman was the young lady of the city of Sin, Mu Qing. Mu Qing walked to Yi Xian and Shen Xinghe and paid her respect with her fists. She smiled, "Leader Shen and God Master Yi have arrived in the city of Sin. I am supposed to welcome you personally. However, my identity is special. If I were to welcome you personally, it would attract too much attention. You two probably don't want to cause too much trouble. Therefore, I could only send my subordinates to welcome you. Please forgive me for my negligence." Old Shen smiled, "It's nothing. Lady Mu, to be honest, we have a favor to ask of you." Mu Qing asked, "What do you want to buy?" Old Shen was a little surprised, "How did you know?" Mu Qing smiled, "With your identity and strength, I'm afraid the only thing I can help you with is selling you something." Old Shen smiled, "Lady Mu is extremely intelligent. I'm indeed here to buy two things." Mu Qing asked, "What are they?" Old Shen replied, "The Star Stone and the Phoenix Wood." Mu Qing frowned when she heard this. Old Shen asked, "What is it?" Mu Qing said in a low voice, "Both of them are divine objects of legend, especially the Phoenix Wood. Elder Shen, you should be aware that the Phoenix Wood is a divine wood that a phoenix once inhabited. The flames of a phoenix are extremely powerful, and ordinary divine wood is utterly unable to endure its power. Thus, there are very few divine wood left behind." Shen Xinghe nodded, "I know. That's why I'm here to ask for your help." Mu Qing fell silent for a moment before she opened her palm. There was a box in her palm, and she passed it to Old Shen. "Please take a look at this." Old Shen opened it. There was a palm-sized stone within the box. The stone was translucent and as dazzling as the stars. It was very beautiful. The Star Stone. Shen Xinghe gazed at Mu Qing and said, "Lady Mu, name a price." Mu Qing smiled, "This thing gathers extremely pure star energy, and it's extremely useful, so it's not for sale. However." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Since Divine Master Yi wants it, then my Mu clan is willing to part with it and not sell it. We'll give it to Divine Master Yi for free and take it as sowing good karma." Shen Xinghe instantly came to an understanding when he heard this. Mu Qing wanted Yi Xian to owe the Mu clan a favor. She didn't want Fu Wenzong to owe her a favor, but she wanted Yi Xian to owe her a favor. Obviously, Yi Xian's status was above Fu Wenzong's. However, it was normal. After all, Yi Xian was Fu Wenzong's little martial ancestor, so wouldn't a favor from him be equivalent to Fu Wenzong owing a favor? Moreover, Yi Xian had the Azura Empress standing behind him. If Yi Xian was willing to owe her a favor, then it would truly be a huge gain for the Mu clan. Yi Xian gazed at Mu Qing and smiled. "Miss Mu, why don't you name a price?" Mu Qing smiled. "My Mu clan doesn't lack money." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Thank you." As he spoke, he put the Starsky stone away. It couldn't be helped, he couldn't refuse. Because he really lacked the Starsky stone right now, and he wanted to complete the talisman of the heavens and earth before he attacked the devouring Soul clan in 3 days. The corners of Mu Qing's mouth curled up slightly when she saw Yi Xian accept it. "Divine Master Yi, as for the divine phoenix wood, I don't have it. However, I know where to get it, and I'm willing to take you there. Of course, I can't guarantee whether I'll be able to obtain it, so please forgive me." Yi Xian nodded. "Please lead the way, Miss Mu." Mu Qing nodded. "Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian and Shen Xinghe out of the courtyard. Chapter 944. Mu Qing brought Yi Xian and Shen Xinghe to a luxurious mansion. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at the mansion. The Yi residence. Yi Xian looked at Mu Qing. "Miss Mu Qing, this is..." Mu Qing smiled. "This is the Yi clan. Although they can't compare to the 3 great clans, they are not to be underestimated." Shen Xinghe nodded. The Yi clan used to be one of the great clans of the current era. However, for some reason, they suddenly chose to live in seclusion. Eventually, they slowly disappeared from the public eye. Mu Qing nodded. Some aristocratic families hide themselves very well. The Yi clan is one of them. She walked to the door as she spoke. At this moment, an old man who looked like a butler appeared in front of Mu Qing. The old man bowed. "Oh, it's Miss Mu." Mu Qing smiled. "May I trouble you to inform the master of the Yi clan that sect leader Fu Wenzong and divine master Yi are here to visit?" The old man glanced at Yi Xian and Shen Xinghe and bowed. "Oh, it's Shen Zongzhong and divine master Yi. Please follow me." Then, he opened the door and led Yi Xian and the other 2 in. There were very few people in the mansion. There were only a few servants here and there. It was quite deserted. Yi Xian scanned his surroundings. He did not sense any powerful aura. But the more he felt that way, the more complicated it was. Soon, the 3 of them entered a large hall. At this moment, a middle-aged man came out to welcome them. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and smiled. "So it's Brother Shen, Divine Master Yi, and Miss Mu. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." Mu Qing's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. "Yi Lan, the current clan leader of the Yi clan." Yi Xian nodded. He did not say anything. At a time like this, Shen Xinghe should be the one to speak. Shen Xinghe smiled. "Brother Yi, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to ask for an item from the Yi clan." Yi Lan was curious. "What is it?" Shen Xinghe said, "Divine Phoenix Wood." Hearing this, Yi Lan's expression changed drastically. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw this. "I'm afraid it won't go so smoothly this time." Shen Xinghe asked softly, "Does the Yi residence not have it?" Yi Lan shook his head. "The Yi mansion does indeed have this item. However, I'm afraid that we cannot part with it because this item is extremely important to my daughter." Shen Xinghe hesitated for a moment before he said, "What do you mean?" Yilan sighed, "My daughter has a special constitution and her body has been like a block of ice since she was young. It's a good thing that she has the divine phoenix wood to protect her, which is why she was able to suppress the cold in her body. Without the divine phoenix wood, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to live for more than an hour." Shen Xinghe frowned. "Special constitution?" Yilan nodded, "I don't know either." As he spoke, he joined his fists in salute. "Brother Shen, if it was anything else, I wouldn't even blink and would definitely part with it. However, this item concerns my daughter's life. I'm truly sorry." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, could you bring us to see your daughter? I don't have any other intentions, I just want to see if I can help. If I can't, old Shen and I will leave immediately and never speak of the divine phoenix wood again. Is that all right?" Yilan hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right. Let Divine Master Yi try. Please wait for a moment, I'll bring my daughter out." Then, he turned around and left. Inside the hall, Shen Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. "Are you confident?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "How can I be confident? I haven't even seen clan leader Ye's daughter." Shen Xinghe nodded. "Let's wait and see. If there's really no other way, we won't force it." Yi Xian smiled. "Of course." A moment later, Yilan brought a woman into the hall. As soon as the woman entered the hall, the temperature in the hall dropped drastically. Yi Xian and the other two looked at the woman. She was about 18 years old and wore a long white dress. She looked delicate and weak. Her body exuded a bone-piercing chill. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and the other two and bowed slightly. "Yi Shuer greets the three seniors." Yi Xian walked in front of Yi Shuer and looked at her from head to toe. He thought to himself, "Miss Lian Qian, do you know what kind of physique she has?" Lian Qian fell silent for a moment before she suddenly appeared next to Yi Xian. Everyone's eyes immediately landed on Lian Qian. Lian Qian looked at Yi Shuer from head to toe. A moment later, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. "Ice spirit body. Ice spirit body?" Yilan hurriedly asked, "Miss, do you know what kind of physique this is?" Lian Qian nodded, "That should be it. She has the legendary ice spirit body. This type of physique is extremely good, especially when it comes to cultivating ice-type techniques and martial skills. It's simply blessed by the heavens. However, this type of physique is also extremely dangerous. If she can't overcome it herself, she may die from this type of physique." Yilan's voice trembled as he asked, "Miss, do you have a way to help my daughter overcome this type of physique?" Lian Qian shook her head, "I don't have a way." Yilan was stunned. At this moment, Lian Qian spoke again, "However, there's a little fellow who can." She then looked at Yi Xian's abdomen, "Xiao Linger, come out." As soon as Lian Qian's voice fell, Lil Linger appeared in front of Yi Xian and the other two. Lil Linger looked at Lian Qian, who smiled and said, "Refine an elixir for me." "Refine a pill." Xiao Linger's eyes instantly lit up, "What pill?" Now, aside from planting trees, she would refine pills. Lian Qian said, "Give me your pill scripture." Xiao Linger nodded and quickly handed her pill scripture to Lian Qian. Lian Qian flipped through it and pointed at one of the pages, "Refine this, the ice spirit pill." Xiao Linger blinked, "The ingredients." Lian Qian turned around and looked at Yilan. Yilan quickly said, "I'll find the ingredients, I'll find them." As he spoke, he glanced at the pill scripture and turned to Mu Qing, "Miss Mu." Mu Qing glanced at the ingredients written on the pill scripture and said softly, "Wait for me for a quarter of an hour." She then turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at Yi Shuer. This woman was very quiet. Ever since they had greeted each other, she had not spoken a word. Yi Xian smiled, "Miss Yi, aren't you happy?" Hearing this, Yi Xuer looked at Yi Xian, "Life and death, everything has been decided." Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that the woman before him had obviously accepted her fate, or rather, she did not have any hope for Lian Qian's method at all. It didn't take long for Mu Qing to return, and she withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Lian Qian. Lian Qian immediately passed it to little Ling and little Ling clapped her hands together before she withdrew a pill furnace. After that, she started to refine pills in front of everyone. It goes without saying that although Xiao Linger was usually very playful, she was very serious when it came to refining pills. Not long after, the fragrance of a pill wafted out from within the cauldron. At this moment, little Ling clapped her hand, and the lid of the cauldron suddenly flew off. Immediately after, a crystal blue pill floated out from within the cauldron. When this pill appeared, the temperature in the surroundings dropped by a great deal. Lian Qian took the pill and walked over to Yi Xuer. She handed the pill to Yi Xuer, "Take it." Yi Xuer did not say a word. She immediately took the pill and swallowed it. As soon as she did, a powerful wave of cold energy swept out from within her. Yi Lan's expression changed when he saw this. Meanwhile, Lian Qian suddenly said, "Don't worry, the pill can protect her heart meridians and prevent them from being corroded by the cold energy within her body." Yi Lan's expression relaxed slightly. He looked at Yi Xuer with a doting gaze. Meanwhile, Lian Qian continued, "Next, what she needs to do is stop suppressing the cold energy within her body. She needs to learn how to control it. You weren't able to control it in the past, but now, with the pill protecting your heart meridians, your life will no longer be in danger. So, you can try to control the cold energy and make it yours." She paused for a moment before she continued, "You must learn how to control it. Otherwise, once the effects of the pill wear off, you won't be able to escape death." Yi Xuer lowered her head and remained silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, "You must have suffered a great deal of torture all these years. You might even have considered committing suicide. However, you must think of your father and your family." Yi Xuer glanced at Yi Lan and fell silent. Yi Xian continued, "Since you have the chance to live, you must live well." Yi Xuer looked at Yi Xian and replied softly, "I will." She then removed the necklace from her neck and handed it to Yi Xian. "The divine phoenix wood is inside this necklace. Take it." Yi Xian did not reject her. He held the necklace in his hand and instantly felt a wave of fiery energy. The divine phoenix wood. After receiving the divine phoenix wood, Yi Xian turned to Yi Lan and paid his respect with his fists. "Elder Yi and Miss Mu Qing, I, Yi Xian, will remember the favor you have done for me today. In the future, if you have any needs, please send someone to Fu Wenzong. As long as it is within my capabilities, I, Yi Xian, will not say no." Shen Xinghe added, "I, Fu Wenzong, will remember this favor as well." Hearing this, Mu Qing smiled, "You too, I am not being hypocritical. It is true that I want you two to owe the city of Sin a favor. Of course, I am merely asking for a protective talisman for the future of the city of Sin." Yi Lan, who was standing to the side, added, "Master Yi, you cured my daughter. The Yi clan owes you a favor. If Master Yi needs anything, just let us know." Yi Xian smiled, "You too, no matter what, I will remember this favor. I have other matters to attend to and will not delay any longer. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he, Shen Xinghe, Lian Qian, and Xiao Linger disappeared on the spot. After Yi Xian and the others left, Mu Qing said softly, "This divine Master Yi is so powerful at such a young age, and he's also a divine talisman master. Furthermore, the little girl beside him is a super divine alchemy master. He's so lucky." Yi Lan frowned, "Super god pill master?" Mu Qing nodded, I have done some research. That little girl can refine Sumeru golden pills. The alchemy faction's leader, Xiaofan, once begged the little girl to join the alchemy faction. However, it seems that Yi Xian rejected him. Yilan peered outside the door and muttered, "Looks like we have made a good karma today." After Yi Xian returned to Fu Wenzong, he immediately started writing. Drawing heaven and earth talismans. P.S. Asking for tickets. Chapter 945. Heaven and Earth Talisman. Yi Xian was a little nervous about drawing this heaven and earth talisman. Because he didn't have many materials. If he didn't succeed, he wouldn't be able to draw another heaven and earth talisman in a short time. He had to succeed. The war with the devouring spirit clan was about to start. If he could draw another heaven and earth talisman, he would have one more super trump card. Just imagine, how exciting would it be to blow up the devouring spirit clan with this heaven and earth talisman? Inside the room, Yi Xian concentrated, drawing stroke by stroke. He drew very seriously because he only had one chance, and he didn't want to fail. Shen Xinghe and the others didn't disturb Yi Xian and left the room. Yi Xian's talisman Dao technique was no weaker than theirs. If they stayed in the room, it would only distract Yi Xian. Outside the hall, Shen Xinghe stood quietly, and beside him was Lu Yong. Shen Xinghe said softly, "The day after tomorrow is the day to attack the devouring spirit clan." Lu Yong looked at Shen Xinghe, "Sect Master, are you worried?" Shen Xinghe smiled, "How can I not be worried? This battle concerns my fate, Fu Wenzong." Lu Yong said softly, "I, Fu Wenzong, have no way out. Since we have acknowledged Little Ancestral Master, it means that we have accepted the karma brought by Little Ancestral Master." Shen Xinghe nodded, "No matter what, we can only follow Little Ancestral Master to the end. Go and prepare. The day after tomorrow, we will go to the devouring spirit clan." Lu Yong nodded. Wu Country. After parting with Yi Xian that day, Wu Shengnan returned to Wu Country and went into seclusion. Obviously, she had gained something in the secret territory. On this day, Wu Shengnan came out of seclusion. As soon as she came out, an old man appeared in front of her. The old man bowed slightly, "Miss, the monarch invites you." Wu Shengnan nodded and disappeared. In Wu Country's martial palace, Wu Shengnan quietly appeared, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man was the monarch of Wu Country, Wu Chen. Wu Chen glanced at Wu Shengnan, "You broke through." Wu Shengnan nodded. Wu Chen had a complicated expression on his face. Wu Shengnan was the most monstrous genius in Wu Country in the past 1,000 years, but she was a woman. Pass the throne to his daughter? It was not that he had not thought about it, but he did not want to hand over the foundation of the Wu kingdom to an outsider. However, other than Wu Shengnan, there was no one else in the younger generation of the Wu Country who could lead the Wu Country forward. However, he also knew that if this continued, no one in the younger generation of Wu Country would be able to suppress Wu Shengnan. At this time, Wu Shengnan suddenly said, "Father, if you think I'm a threat to Big Brother, I can resign from my position as the undead god cavalry commander and leave the Wu Country." Wu Chen looked at Wu Shengnan. "What do you mean?" Wu Shengnan whispered, "Father has always been afraid of me, hasn't he?" Wu Chen fell silent. Wu Shengnan continued, "The foundation of the Wu Country will not be handed over to a woman. My existence is a threat to the next emperor. Father and the elders are still around, so they can suppress me. However, my strength is growing stronger and stronger, and it won't be long before even Father can't suppress me. As for the younger generation of Wu Country, no one is my opponent. On top of that, I control the undead god cavalry, so Father and the elders have always been afraid of me." Wu Chen fell silent. Wu Shengnan softly said, "A wise ruler will not allow the next emperor to be threatened, and I am that threat. You're wrong. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared behind Wu Shengnan. This person was Wu Jian, the previous emperor of Wu country, Wu Shengnan's grandfather. Seeing Wu Jian, Wu Chen hurriedly stood up and respectfully saluted. This Wu Jian could be said to be the strongest person in Wu country, the true stabilizing force of the Wu country. After Wu Jian entered the hall, he coldly looked at Wu Chen. Have you become muddle-headed? Wu Chen hesitated for a moment, and then he said, What do you mean, imperial father? Wu Jian coldly said, Why has my Wu country been able to survive until now? It's because of our formidable strength. Although there have been battles over the succession of the emperor, there has never been a case of killing a genius for the sake of one's own son. Talented people are the foundation of a country, and the imperial family's talented people are the foundation of the imperial family. If your sons have the ability, then the throne will naturally be theirs, but if they don't, then so what if they become emperors? Won't they still be dragged down by others in the future? Wu Chen fell silent. Wu Jian turned to look at Wu Shengnan. Little girl, if you want to be the emperor of Wu country, that's fine. However, grandfather only has one request, and that is if there are any outstanding disciples in Wu country in the future, you must pass the throne to my Wu family's disciple. After all, this is the foundation left behind by our ancestors, and it cannot be given to an outsider. Wu Shengnan shook her head. I don't want to. Wu Jian sighed in a low voice. Let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about the Worldwide Academy's attack on the Devouring Spirit Academy? Wu Shengnan thought for a moment, and then said, Let's wait and see. Wu Jian said, Don't participate. What I mean is, didn't that Yi Xian promise you that if we help him, he will give our Wu country benefits whenever he opens the library? Wu Shengnan shook her head. In these chaotic times, being able to protect ourselves is enough. Wu Jian frowned. Little girl, if you know something, then just say it. Wu Shengnan said in a low voice, In that secret realm, I know something about Dao Yi. Every million years, there will be a fifth dimension tribulation. Wu Jian asked, Fifth dimension tribulation? What do you mean? Wu Shengnan said, The reason the Cretaceous era was completely blank was because of this tribulation. Under this tribulation, all living beings will be annihilated. Hearing this, Wu Jian was slightly shocked. All living beings will be annihilated? Is it that serious? Wu Shengnan said softly, An era will be erased. Wu Jian fell silent. At this time, Wu Shengnan said, The prophet knows about this, and he also mentioned it. His disappearance might be related to this. At this time, Wu Chen suddenly said, Little girl, where did you hear this? Wu Shengnan said, Yi Xian once followed the prophet in the pagoda. Wu Chen said softly, Then it seems this matter is true. Wu Shengnan looked at Wu Jian. The current fifth dimension is filled with more and more demons and ghosts. My Wu country should not participate, or rather, it is enough for me to participate alone. Wu Jian looked at Wu Shengnan. What do you mean? Wu Shengnan said softly, I want to go out and explore. However, this is only in my name. You should not interfere. This way, even if something happens, the Wu country will not be affected. Wu Chen said in a low voice, Whose side are you on? Wu Shengnan said, Yi Xian. Wu Chen asked, Why? Because he is too monstrous? Wu Shengnan shook her head, No. Wu Chen asked again, Then why? Wu Shengnan thought for a moment, then said, Because he has many backers. Wu Shengnan said again, Father, don't worry, I will not fight for the throne. If I want to, Father will not be able to stop me. In the Wu country, no one can kill me. My achievements today are inseparable from the Wu country's nurturing. I will go find Yi Xian, in my name. If we win, I will fight for the Wu country in the future. If we lose, only I will die, and the Wu country will not be implicated. Saying this, she bowed to the two of them and turned to leave. At this time, Wu Chen suddenly pointed, and a spatial stone fell in front of Wu Shengnan. "Take it, if there is any danger, I will directly transfer over." Wu Shengnan shook her head, "I don't need it." Saying this, she disappeared. Inside the hall, Wu Chen was silent. Wu Jian suddenly said, "What do you think?" Wu Chen's eyes flashed a trace of complexity. If only she was a man. If Wu Shengnan was a man, without a doubt, she would be the next perfect successor to the Wu country. Unfortunately, she was not. At this time, Wu Jian suddenly said, "Don't worry about whether she is a man or a woman. In the future, the Wu country can only be guarded by her." Wu Chen nodded, "Indeed." Wu Jian continued, "I will secretly follow this girl. I can't let anything happen to her, and I can't let her be bitterly disappointed." Saying this, he directly disappeared. Fu Wenzong. There was still one day left before they left the Devouring Spirit clan, but there was still no movement from Yi Xian's room. At this time, Fu Wenzong's experts had already arrived outside Yi Xian's room, waiting for Yi Xian to come out so they could kill the Devouring Spirit clan. However, there was no movement from Yi Xian's room. Beside Shen Xinghe, Lu Yong whispered, "I wonder if Little Ancestor can successfully draw the Heaven and Earth talisman tomorrow." Shen Xinghe said, "Trust him." Lu Yong suddenly said, "Little Ancestor is willing to give the drawing method of the Heaven and Earth talisman to senior brother?" Shen Xinghe nodded, "He has already let me copy it." Lu Yong whispered, "Little Ancestor is actually willing to share such a divine item with us." Shen Xinghe nodded. In fact, when Yi Xian gave him the ancient book of the Heaven and Earth talisman, he was also surprised. Of course, more than that, he felt warm. Yi Xian really did not treat them as outsiders. Lu Yong looked at Yi Xian's room and smiled, "It's all worth it." Shen Xinghe said, "As long as his heart is with Fu Wenzong." Lu Yong nodded. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was the third day. On this day, Yi Ling, the headmaster, the crippled girl, and Zhang Wenxiu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian's door. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian's room, "Brother hasn't come out yet?" Shen Xinghe shook his head, "Not yet." Yi Ling was silent. At this time, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly said, "Should we call him out?" Shen Xinghe hurriedly said, "No, we can't. He hasn't come out yet, which means we still have a chance. If we disturb him now, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Zhang Wenxiu said calmly, "Then what should we do? Should we not go to the Devouring Spirit clan today? If we don't, we will become a laughingstock." Shen Xinghe was silent, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the headmaster suddenly said, "Let's go first." Zhang Wenxiu looked at the headmaster, "Don't you want that guy anymore?" The headmaster said, "When he comes out, let him come here." Zhang Wenxiu thought for a while and then looked at the crippled girl and Yi Ling, "What do you think?" Yi Ling said, "The four of us will go." Then she looked at Shen Xinghe, "You stay in Fu Wenzong and wait for him to come out." After that, the four girls disappeared on the spot. Target, the Devouring Spirit clan. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.